And what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Big Blue in the Bronx channel. As tonight we'll be streaming another baseball game with the New York Yankees playing host to the Minnesota Twins. The Yankees have won the last two versus the Twins. Aaron Judge has been red hot, so is Juan Soto and Anthony Volpe, and the pitching has been phenomenal. But first, I'm going to hand my first thoughts over to Dylan. Dylan, how you doing?
Doing good, my man. It's good to be back on here. And, big game today, obviously. They're going for the sweep against Minnesota before a huge series against the Dodgers. We're going to see Marcus Stroman pitch. The pitching staff continues to just be phenomenal. The offense has been doing really good lately as well. Aaron Judge, Anthony Volpe, Soto, all the guys you mentioned at the top. Everyone's been doing their part. No Alex Verdugo today, and I know some fans freaked out initially because they thought maybe he was injured after that crazy catch he made yesterday, but just a scheduled day off according to Aaron Boone, so no big deal there, I suppose. We're going to see some Trent Grisham today, see Aaron Judge in left field at Yankee Stadium for the first time in his career, so that should be interesting to
Oh, yeah.
watch. And, yeah, I'm just looking forward to this game. It should be an exciting one.
Yeah, absolutely. As you said, there was a cause for caution with Verdugo, whether he was going to, obviously, whether he was hurt or not, but he ended up making a really nice catch out there in left field yesterday. Obviously, I think Stan hit a big home run the night before last. Carlos Rodon pitched really well in the second game last night. I think he struck out 9/6. Luis Hill, I think, struck out 8/6 or 8/5 as well. So the bullpen, not the bullpen, I'm sorry, the starting pitching continues to be phenomenal. Obviously, there is some cause for caution with the bullpen. Garrett Cole, in other Yankee news, is starting his rehab assignment. I believe what's today, Thursday? Yeah, he started it on Tuesday, I believe, and he'll probably pitch a few more games. But other than that, we should be getting close to game time. What's up to Shane McNeil? What's up to Daniel Berry Sports as well? Guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe, do all the good stuff, turn on the notifications so you know when a live stream goes live, or I should say Big Blue in the Bronx goes live, or we send out a new video. Also, please check out Dylan's work on Empire Sports Media, Knicks, Yankees, and just check out Empire Sports Media as well. So right now, I don't have the game on my TV. It's actually on my computer at the moment, so I'll be calling it from there. But we should be close to around the same time. So as I'm seeing some Yankee fans walk across the street to the stadium, obviously, it's a big game, but right now I'm sitting there in Morocco. So, but the Yankees after the series, they face the Dodgers. Very important series. The best team, one of the best teams, arguably in the NL. You obviously have Yoshi Yamamoto and Shohei Ohtani. But I feel as though like Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are stealing the show. They're obviously top two in OPS across MLB, and is it hard? Is it like what's the word I'm looking for? Is it a stretch to say that they're both MVP contenders?
Absolutely not. They're definitely both MVP contenders, and if you ask me, they're 1 and 2 in the American League. I can't really name you other players right now that are better than them two. Juan Soto, I believe, leads the American League in batting, or is up there, right at the top. And Aaron Judge obviously is near the top in basically everything. So I don't think it's a stretch at all to say that. Honestly, the Yankees have two MVP candidates, and Luis Hill's been pitching like a Cy Young candidate. Now, obviously, we have to see if that
Absolutely.
will sustain through the rest of the season, but he's been the best pitcher in the American League, or the best starting pitcher. So, I mean, they've really got everything going for them. They got, I believe in May, Judge won Player of the Month, and Luis Hill won Rookie of the Month and Pitcher of the Month. That's the first time I
Hmm.
believe since 2019 that a pair of teammates won both awards. So that's very something right there. I mean, this Yankee team is already shown a lot more than they did all of last season, and in my opinion, they've shown more than they even did in 2022. They got off to that historic start that year, but this year just feels different. I think a lot of us knew that a lineup that featured Joey Gallo, Aaron Hicks, IKF, Josh Donaldson every single day wasn't going to be on a pace consistently to win 130 games or some crazy figure like that. This team, on the other hand, feels
Right.
different. They have the star power, they have more balance, they're better defensively, they're better pitching, they're better all around. The only thing they really lack at this point is maybe third base and the bullpen. Those are things that'll
Hmm.
become, more clear issues as the trade deadline comes, and see whatever the Yankees will do about that. We don't have to really discuss those now, obviously, though, because
Of
the team
course.
is winning with the pieces they have at the moment, which is very exciting to exciting this is the most exciting stretch of Yankees baseball I've had watching them in quite a long time, to be honest. And there's been some good years thrown in the past decade or so. There's been some bad years, but this stretch has been really fun. I want to see it continue tonight.
Yeah, absolutely as well. You bring up 2022. Obviously, the Yankees were running away with first place. And I think things started to change a little bit, around the time the Yankees got no hit in 2022, which is I was actually at that game. But regardless, they ran first place. They won the division, obviously, in that season, and they lost in the ALCS. But you're right, it just does feel different because we had so many holes in the lineup 2 years ago, even last year as well. And, it's just this lineup feels so complete. It's like, you might have a weak spot or two, but you know what? It's like every part of the order sufficient almost. And starting pitching's been phenomenal, as you mentioned, as Marcus Stroman's on the mound. Just look at his numbers 5-2, 2.73 ERA. I think you could make an argument. There's multiple all stars in this team. I would say Marcus Stroman is one of them. Luis Heel, Anthony Volpe, Aaron Judge, Juan Soto. There's multiple all stars on this team. Even Clay Holmes, who's had for the most part a very good season. But anyways, Marcus Stroman here taking the mound. He will throw his first pitch to Trevor Larnach. Here we go. First pitch is outside. Count is 1-0. What's up to Jacob? He says, can't believe Dan Hurley might be leaving UConn for the Lakers. Yeah, very interesting news indeed. But again, Hurley has to accept the offer. Count is 1-0. The pitch to Larnach is popped up into left field. Coming in is Aaron Judge. He will call it and make the catch for the first out. But I will mention about Hurley real quick as they're showing the Yankees defense. It's Judge, Grissom, and Soto left to right. Cabrera, Volpe, Torres, and Rizzo third to first. Stanton's the DH. Wells is catching, and Marcus Stroman, as I said, is on the mound. So here is Alex Kirilloff. First pitch on the way to the left-hander is in there for a called strike count is 0-1. Kirilloff on the season hitting .214 with 5 home runs and 19 RBIs. 0-1 pitch on the way. And Kirilloff fouls this one off. Count is quickly 0-2. Yeah, we just mentioned that in the telecast, Jacob. First ever start in left field for Aaron Judge, especially at Yankee Stadium. Count is 0-2 from Stroman. Stroman gets the sign. He kicks and delivers the pitch. This one's fouled off as Kirilloff will still stick around. Jacob says, I thought he would go to the Knicks once the spot open. I don't think this Knicks spot's going to open. I think Tom Thibodeau deserves to stay. But I'm not sure if this is Hurley's first ever mention, or I should say position opening. Is the check swing. Did he go around? Yes, he did, says the third base umpire. And there's 2 outs quickly for the Twins as Stroman gets Kirilloff to chase. But I think this can't be the first job he's been offered in the NBA. But regardless, what's up to Brad as well? Crossface Ray, Evan as well. So again, guys, if you're new here, hit that like button. Even if you're not new here, please hit that like button. Also subscribe to Nick's Cast as well. Dylan's link is in the description. Go follow him on X. Carlos Correa's first pitch is downstairs. Count is 1-0. Correa, count is 1-0 here, hitting .247 on the season. The pitch is lined into right field. Back is Grissom. That ball is, I'm sorry, it was Soto, but ball's out of here. Home run, Carlos Correa, and the Twins are quickly up 1-0. 383 feet right into the short porch of right field as Stroman gives that one up.
Yeah, it sucks to see Correa give up that home run. Or not Correa give the home run. Stroman give the home run to Correa. And, you want to see Stroman get off to a good start. He's usually gotten off to very good starts, but, you want to get that one past you. You got the first 2 guys out pretty quickly, but, left one hanging to.
Kepler lines this one into left for the final out as we watch the replay of Carlos Correa's home run. It's 1-0 Twins as we head to the bottom of the first. But Crossface Ray says, do you think the Yankees win the World Series? To me, honestly, first of all, let me say this. I think they're the odds on favorite to come out of the American League. To me, I don't see any other threatening teams. I don't think the West is scary enough as in the AL West. The Mariners are a good team, yes. The Orioles are obviously right behind us. I know it's a battle. I think it's kind of a three-way battle almost in the Central. You got the Royals, who aren't a bad of a team. They finally spent money this offseason. You got the Cleveland Guardians. Jose Ramirez continues to dominate. And you also got the Minnesota Twins, obviously, we're facing. But I really don't see a team in the American League that can beat us. I think we're the odds-on favorite. It's
I
just
don't either.
up to let's see what the Phillies and Dodgers do. Obviously, the Phillies have, I think, the second best record in all of baseball. So a Yankees Phillies rematch might seem like it.
Yeah, it does. And I mean, respect to like the Baltimore Orioles because they're doing very good this year too, even though they're not in first place. They've kind of kept themselves within striking distance despite the Yankees' really strong start. We don't necessarily have to count out Baltimore, but
Oh
I
yeah,
also do think the Yankees are better than the Orioles when it's all said and done. I think the Yankees have the more experienced roster and the more superstar power than the Orioles do. But I like what the Orioles have planned up too. They got good pitching, they have nice young prospects, very good talent as well. I like what they have going on, but I do think the Yankees are a better team when it's all said and done. So obviously we'll know for certain as the season reaches, September and stuff like that. But so far, I mean, the Yankees have, despite the Orioles' really strong start, the Yankees have managed to top that. We can look at it that way too,
absolutely.
because the Orioles have had a very good start to their year too. The Orioles have been very good all year. So it's not like the Orioles just now are starting to play good or something. In fact, the Orioles are struggling of late. I believe they just lost 2 games to the Blue Jays, who were in last place. Who would
Mm,
have thought that?
yeah.
You know what I mean? So lots of movement now starting to really occur in a lot of the standings, but the Yankees remain fresh at top, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of baseball to go as well. Yes, we're only in the month of June. There's a lot of way to go. Obviously, you have the trade deadline as well, where most teams can make improvements. But a face that the Yankees have seen before, Pablo Lopez deals the first pitch to Volpe, and he swings and misses through a fastball, actually a sinker. Count is 0-1. Volpe hitting 290 on the season, a prime candidate to be an all-star selection.
The only people really in Volpe's way is Gunnar Henderson and Bobby Witt Jr. That's the only thing
Oh
that's really
yeah,
stopping Volpe from being like a lock. But you could argue that Volpe's production is definitely all-star level. Hitting 290, yes, in the 800. His on base streak is what, up to 31 games, 32 games, something like that, which is just absurd.
yeah,
So very,
absolutely.
very happy to see what Volpe's doing this season. I'm very happy to see it.
Count is 0-2 from Lopez. The pitch to Volpe as this ball is way outside. Count is 1-2. Let me see if we get some more comments. It's all about consistent hitting in the postseason. If we do that, I think we win. Yeah, it's timely hitting. Yankees have not had timely hitting in like how many years? So
Long
count is
time.
1-2. Pitch and call strike three at the bottom of the zone. Volpe does not like that call. A curveball sinking down and away as Volpe is the inning's first out. But Twins defense looks like this. From left to right is Trevor Larnach, Willie Castro, and Max Kepler. Third to first is Jose Miranda, Carlos Correa, Kyle Farmer, and Carlos Santana. Behind the plate is Christian Vasquez, the veteran catcher, and Pablo Lopez on the mound. So here is Juan Soto, a prime MVP candidate for the Yankees in a contract year. 319, 17 homers, 53 RBIs, 1.027 OPS. Obviously, one of the best in those categories. First pitch to Soto is a ball downstairs, Kenneth 1-0. And yes, folks, I'm sure those Mets fans are still dreaming that Soto is a Met next year. I'm sorry, I don't see that happening.
And matter of fact, back to your OPS point, it's not just one of the best in baseball. It is the second best, only to his teammate, who was hitting right behind him, Aaron Judge.
Absolutely. Pitch is outside, count is 2-0. Now, what would, in your opinion, Dylan, in watching baseball and for a long time, what is the last time you've seen such a lethal duo with Soto and Judge? A lot of people make the mention of their arch rivals with the Boston Red Sox, Manny and David Ortiz.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's up there on that level, to be honest with you. It's been a long time, really, since we've seen, especially in the American League, two MVP candidates batting back to back. Obviously, the Dodgers have essentially three MVP candidates batting back to back to back in Betts, Otani, and Freeman, and that's something that I thought was pretty extraordinary. But seeing the Yankees now have Soto and Judge back to back, I don't know if the Yankees have had a duo like this in a very long time. You could go back to, like their times of like '09 when they had like Teixeira and A-Rod and Jeter and
Yeah.
all those guys, but I don't know if they were on the same level as Judge and Soto here. Judge and Soto are both in smack dab in the middle of their primes, and they're both the one and two best players. I don't know if you could have said that about a lot of that '09 core, as they were a very good core, but could you really sit there and say that they had two players that were one and two in all of baseball? I'm not so sure you could have said that. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I don't know if we've really seen something like this in terms of the Yankees franchise, at least since before my time. Even we're talking like
Right.
way back, like at the pace that we're watching them play right now. We're talking like way back, like in their historic days when they were just dominating everybody in a long time ago, like well before my time, well before my parents' time. Even we're talking like that. Obviously, we've only seen 2 months of these two together, but if we see 10 years or not 10 years because Judge isn't under contract for the next 10 years, but if we see like 8 years, 7 years of this, and they
Hmm.
keep doing this for that long of time, you're gonna those discussions will really be had. Obviously, like I said, you don't want to jump the gun because we've only seen
Right.
this for 2 months, but the trend that it's on right now is extremely encouraging, and I'm just happy to see Aaron Judge really turn it around. Obviously we know Soto's very good in his own right, and we knew he was going to be good coming in. I think every single person expected him to just get going right away. People were worried about Judge though after that first month.
Yeah.
They were actually concerned about him. And now he quickly just became the best player in baseball in the span of a month. He basically gave everybody a head start and said, I'm still way better than all of you guys. And he is proving that right now. I mean, his month of May, in my opinion, that's the best month of his career. That's the best month of his career, no matter,
Absolutely.
like 100%
Absolutely.
best. And he's had some very good months in his career too. September 2017, most notably, is one of them. Obviously, like May of 2019 is another, or 2018, excuse me, is another one. Like all those times, he's had very good months, but I think May of 2024, that was the best month Aaron Judge ever had, by far.
As he is up right now, pitches 1 and 2. I remember. I think I just saw the graphic of the yes. What they mentioned that he is, I think, a top in WAR among outfielders. I think like in the last 2 months or something along those lines. He had 4.3
Yep.
WAR, something
And
like those. That something
and I
like that.
believe I could be wrong, and I'm gonna double check it, but I believe he has like either the best or one of the best WARs in all of baseball. I'm gonna check it right now as we speak. But I
Flight
know
into center field as Castro makes the catch for the second out. What's up to Katie? Says, hey, Twins, we miss you on the Underground channel. Jacob, George, and Crackle. What's up to Katie? What's up to Crackle Nuts? Into 05, 06, 07, A-Rod and Jeter were top 5 players. What's up to George? 22 Soto, get on base for all rise. Captain Crunch, Gavel, Barrel Blast. Yep. But
Yep,
unfortunately, Judd didn't
I
home
just
run.
confirmed it too. Aaron Judge has the highest WAR in all of baseball. Highest WAR. And you want to know who's second? His teammate, Juan Soto.
Yep. And it's like, I also feel as well, it's like, as you said, going back before your parents' time, before your time, it's like, I'm not going to go out there and say it's like Ruth and Garrick, but like, this is like such a lethal
No,
duo. Like, do you even draw that? Like, they're not as good, obviously, but like, it's just the Yankees fans, like, for this level of play, like, right neck
Ruth
and
and
neck. Like,
Gehrig were
look,
pioneers of the game. It's just like we haven't seen exactly. Exactly, like like Ruth and Gehrig were pioneers of the game, so they obviously you can't compare to those two ever. You never can.
right,
But the fact that even some people could even just marginally think about it is like
right.
it shows just how good those two have been. And it's only 2 months, but if like I said, if we see a lot more of this for years and years to come, there'll be some real good comparisons about if this is like one of the best Yankees duos of all time. You could already argue it is, but you could really start to think it after that.
Absolutely. Pitches count is 3-1 to Stan, hitting 237 on the season. He's been hot and cold a little bit. His power has shown up in the recent couple of weeks, but he's also been struggling with the batting average a little bit. 2 men on, I should say 2 outs. Pitches inside is now it's 2 men on and 2 men out as Stan takes a walk. So that'll bring up Anthony Rizzo, who's been struggling.
Yeah, you mentioned Stanton's batting average isn't high, but the way I see it with Stanton, as long as Stanton is hitting home runs, then I don't care if he's hitting 220. I need him hitting home runs, and so far he's been doing that this year. So I will take it
Yeah, the power's
100%.
been there.
I've known for longest of time to not expect Stanton to be hitting 300. Stanton's never gonna do that.
No.
So hit 220 for all I care. But if you bring some power, you drive in runs when you need to. That's all I ask for. The guy that I want to see
Here's
get
Rizzo.
going is the guy up at bat right now, Anthony Rizzo.
Absolutely. And what's surprising about Rizzo as well, he's hitting listen, yes, hitting 236. That's like I usually expect him to hit like 248, 250. But another thing as well, Rizzo's defense has taken a fall, which is surprising, at least to
Yeah, his
me.
defense hasn't been good. He's been having just an awful past 3 weeks too at the plate. If you really think about it, because he got off to a decent start. He wasn't like horrible to start the year. May and the start of June have not been kind to him at all. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's a mental thing. Maybe it's just he's not catching up to these pitchers nowadays. I don't know what it is, but he needs to get it going.
Rizzo swings right through a sweeper, going down and then count as 1-2. Let's see. You can't compare it to. Let's see. I think Soto is going to at minimum 3 opt outs. I would say 2 is more likely. Rizzo hits this one in a high fly ball into center field. Castro coming on, he'll make the catch for the final out, leaving 2 men on. We head to the top of the second. It is 1-0 Twins. I think it's 2. I don't think it's going to be 3. I mean, how many opt outs did Garrett Cole have in his contract? He signed what, a 9-year deal, and he only has one
I,
opt
I,
out?
I believe. Yeah, I was gonna say I believe he has one. So
Let's see. See some other
one way or the
comments as
other,
well.
Soto's contract will likely, to be honest, end up being like the highest paid position player. I'm not counting Shohei Ohtani as a position player because he only
Right.
pitches when he's on the field. He's never in the outfield. So he's gonna end up being the highest paid position player in all of baseball. And I think everyone kind of already expected that, but like let's be honest here. Don't be shocked if he's gonna reach like that 550 million type contract, or even close to 600. Who knows what he's gonna ask for? You know what I mean? Who knows if he'll be willing to take a little less of a pay cut? Who knows? Nobody knows.
Absolutely.
No one knows right now. But at the end of the day, he's with the Yankees right now, and the Yankees' main mission right now and into the offseason will be to bring him back long term. Like at this point,
Absolutely.
that's a set in stone thing. You gotta bring him back. You gotta bring him back. It doesn't at this point. It doesn't even matter how the rest of the season plays out. You have to bring Juan Soto back. You have
Oh,
to.
yeah. That's
He's
without a
shown
doubt.
more than enough in the first 2 months than I've already needed to see. I've already seen enough, to
Absolutely.
be honest.
Let's see. Dylan, he's getting over 6 easily. Obviously, I think he's talking about the years. Cole has no opt out only if the Yankees don't pick up his ninth year. I remember he had like an opt out for like 2024, 2025. Obviously, he opted in. Do you guys remember from last year? Well, yeah, of course, man. We, of course, remember you from last year. Hope all is well, brother. I said it's been a while since we've seen you, but what's up to Jets? Mess. Hope all is well, brother. Over 600? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's a possibility. 550, 600. It's a Boris Klein, but yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you could also see Jacob. Look at
Yeah.
this past
That's
offseason, what
that's what I
Boris
was
did for
implying to. I
Klein.
was just speaking in generalities, but
It wasn't
yeah.
too good. You saw
And
guys like,
speaking of that, Blake Snell is now on the IL, and Jordan Montgomery's been struggling. Blake Snell had been struggling before he got hurt. I mean, he's robbing some of these guys of some big money. You know what I mean? So just see what happens. And I know, the chances of a midseason extension aren't likely for Soto, but
Mhm,
he also never shot down the idea. So
exactly.
whatever happens, happens. Because if we
You
remember when
never
Aaron
know.
Judge was about to hit free agency, he refused to have any discussions during the season. Which of course I respect. I
Mhm,
get that you want to have the full season to focus just on the season and not worry about what's ahead of you. But Soto is leaving that door open, which is a
mhm.
sign of hope for me that maybe at some point later on this summer that they can reach an extension. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, and I don't think it'll happen personally. I think any sort of extension is going to end up happening in the offseason, but who knows? You never know anymore at this point. Maybe
Absolutely.
Boris will change his ways and get Soto his bag and stay in New York before he could even hit the market. So we'll see what
Yeah,
happens with that.
here is Jose Miranda pitches outside. But I was gonna mention, like, is there a possibility you think that, like, maybe I know this might not make sense, it might to you. You think there's a possibility an in-season extension is a little bit cheaper than a off-season extension, or therefore his next contract?
I mean, it could only because Yankees wouldn't have to worry about other teams bidding in that situation,
Right.
like actively bidding. But at the same time, who knows? Because at that point, Soto would have leverage because he knows that that's the only team going after him. So he's going to try to get as much as he can out of him. So who knows? It could honestly be either way, but I don't think it's like something really deep to think about. Maybe. I think it's just whatever
Yeah.
happens, happens. Because one way or the other, he's going to get a lot of money. It's going to be a large
Oh, yeah.
contract, whether it's done in season or in the off season. It's going to be a massive contract. So, yeah.
Count is 2-2 to Jose Miranda hitting 273 on the season. Stroman at 16 pitches in total. The 2-2 pitch on the way is chopped to third, played there nicely by Cabrera. He fields, he fires, and he gets the out. So it's two gone here in the second. And then I'll bring up Carlos Santana, the veteran first baseman. 217 on the season with 9 homers and 24 RBIs. Pitch on the way to Santana is outside. Count is 1-0. Santana's had a long career spanning with numerous teams. Pitches outside 2-0. You had the Cleveland Guardians, obviously with the Minnesota Twins, Kansas City Royals, Seattle Mariners, Pittsburgh Pirates. I think he spent some time with the Brewers as well. Count is 2-0 to Santana, the veteran left-hander. The pitch on the way is outside. Count is 3-0. 3-0. And pitch is in there for a called strike. A little inside, but the umpire gives Stroman the benefit of the doubt. Count is 3-1. 3-1 pitch to Santana as he hits this one down the right field line, but foul.
Stroman's looked a lot better this inning than he did in the first. Obviously, he didn't look bad in the first at all. He made one mistake, Carlos Correa, but he's getting through these guys a lot quicker, which is what I like to see. He's forcing some outs, a lot of ground balls too.
Seems like Austin Wells was wearing a do-rag during the national anthem, just like his pitcher Stroman was. Just saw that image. 3-2 pitch to Santana is chop foul. He'll stick around. What's good to Man Cave? What's good, Pels, to the almighty panel? Let's go Yankees. Absolutely, absolutely. Count is 3-2. The pitch on the way. Santana lines this one in the right, going to the wall. It will go. Soto will play it off the hop. Soto throws into second. Here's the throw. Here's the play as Santana slides in safely with a double. So a 2-out double for Carlos Santana, as that'll bring up Farmer.
Santana had the home run yesterday too. He's starting to swing a better bat against the Yankees.
Let's see. And I was going to bring up this point as well. We were talking about the Boris clients. Bellinger hasn't been good. Has not been that good either.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Nope.
signed so late, so you figure that almost have like an impact on how they're playing. They signed
Oh,
so late in spring
1000%.
training.
Because they essentially aren't having a spring training at all. They're getting their spring training, quote unquote, through like an artificial rehab assignment instead. So, it definitely has an impact. 100% has an impact. And Blake Snell even said it. Blake Snell went out there and said, signing late definitely had an impact because I didn't have a spring training. So you can tell that even some of those players feel that way too. And I mean, the results will tell you that. But even when the players just outright say it, go ask the source because they'll agree with you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Kyle Farmer with the fly out to Trent Grisham to end the innings. So coming up for the Yankees is Torres, Wells, and Cabrera, which is the 6, 7, 8 hitters. Let's see. Yeah, Bellinger hasn't been good at either. No looking for him to not hit free. Just gonna have to be. Oh yeah, it's gonna have to be a severe overpay. 100%. I was just bringing it up as like a possible question mark for
Yeah.
that possibility that the
And
Yankees
that
do.
was what I was kind of trying to allude to. Like, not necessarily,
Yeah.
I wouldn't go as far as say severe overpay, but Soto would have leverage because they'd be the only team bidding. So he could get as much out of him as he would want to. And if they don't want to give it to him, he'll just go, okay, well then I'll just wait for the other teams in the winter. So that's why I get that's why they're probably being a little careful with this. I get it, but at the same time, you want to show aggression because you also want to show that you want to keep this guy around. So you got to figure out a good
So
balance, a good healthy balance.
absolutely. So next half inning, we will start part one of Name That Yankee, and there's obviously going to be a part two following with our other MLB Yankee Twins segments. So we'll see what happens there. But again, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe, do all the good stuff. More content coming soon. Obviously, Giants Alex is coming out with his Giants roster bubble videos, roster bubble series. Obviously, since it is more dead time in the NFL offseason with OTAs and all that. So,
The
we got
NBA
to make
Finals does start tonight, though. The NBA
it
Finals
does.
starts tonight.
And
Who
I
you got in
do
that
have
series? What's your
I
prediction?
think I think the Celtics ended up winning. No, it's not because Drake bet on the Mavericks. Um I just think the Celtics are a machine. They're bound to win. I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas won, but I think the Celtics
I,
are
I'm
going
the
to win.
exact same way, and I got Boston winning that series in six. And I could see it going 7-2 just because Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving is an unbelievable backcourt, and Dallas has the best player in Luka Doncic, in my opinion. I think he's by far the best player on the court, but Boston
Oh
has a
yeah,
better team, and in that situation, I think the better team is going to end up coming up on top. But who knows? I think it's going to be an exciting series though. One of the more exciting series that I'm personally looking forward to in quite a while. No more
yeah.
no more Cavs and Warriors every single year where you knew the Warriors were going to smack
Thank
the hell out of
God.
the Cavs. Like we're getting some actual good matchups now, and that's what I like to see.
It's parity.
Exactly. Yep. Makes me wonder what would have happened with the Knicks if they were healthy. But it
Absolutely,
can
one
only
hundred
just be a big
percent.
what if.
Big what if. One of the bigger what ifs with the franchise. But Gleyber Torres hitting 231 on the season through 63 games. 1-0 count on him. And the pitch on the way is downstairs count is 2-0. Now I have three bets tonight. Three prop bets necessarily. I'm trying to win about $12. I know it's not that much, but the other night I actually won a bet. Set of prop bets. It was with Igor Shesterkin and Matthew Kachuk. It was obviously I think around game 6, revolving with the Rangers and stuff. 2-0 pitch to Torres is in there for a called strike. So I have two with the NBA Finals. I have Sam Hauser higher than half 3-pointers made. I have Jaden Hardy higher than 4.5 points, and Aaron Judge tonight higher than 1.5 hits, runs, and RBIs, which is I'll explain in a second as this counts 2 and 2. Obviously, with the 1.5, it has to be combined hits, runs, and RBIs, not one of each. So that's a plus side if Aaron Judge does get a hit next at bat. Count is 2-2 to Gleyber Torres. The pitch on the way is chop foul, so he'll stick around. Alexa is currently running an errand at this very moment. But we do not work in the same place, actually. Alex works further in downtown. I work closer to my area. Lopez, the right hander. He winds, kicks, and delivers, and Torres strikes out, swinging through the fastball for the first out. So that will bring up Austin Wells. Wells on the season hitting 190.
The quality of contact has been there for Wells. He's just hitting into some really bad luck. And I know that sounds like an excuse, but if you watch the
Right.
games, he's made some good contact. It's just he's getting into awful luck. It happens.
Yeah.
There are still some
Thing-
things he needs to make adjustments for, I think, but
Oh, yeah.
when it's all said and done, I think what I'm seeing makes me encouraged that eventually the results will come, which is perfectly okay. I don't think the Yankees expected Wells to be raking off rip. I don't. I hope
Oh,
they
yeah.
didn't expect him to do that. And a big reason why, even despite the offensive struggles, that he's still up here is because of what you mentioned before. But he gets along with the pitchers so well. All the
Mhm.
pitchers rave about him. They love him. They say how great he is to work with behind the plate, how communicative he is, how he looks for everything. That's what you want out of your catcher. You always want that out of your catcher.
Absolutely. It just doesn't it's not just because for a catcher, it just doesn't come down to offense, blocking balls behind the plate and throwing out runners. It's calling the game. It's knowing a pitcher.
And as a former
Obviously,
catcher myself, I know what that's like. You have to be able to call the game, be a good game manager. And I think Wells just got hit
absolutely.
by that pitch. I think he got hit in the lower leg.
Yep, it looks like he get hit on the knee, so he will go to first as Wells brings up his on base percentage, and I'll bring up Oswaldo Cabrera.
But yeah, like I was saying, as a former catcher myself, a guy who used to play baseball for like 8 or 9 years when I was a lot younger, eh, as a catcher, I know what it's like to be able to have to call the games and you know make sure that your pitcher is in good communication with you and know what stuff is working, what stuff isn't working. All that stuff matters. Makes a big difference, big time.
Absolutely. Oswaldo Cabrera up at the plate for his first at bat. And the pitch on the way is hit a high fly ball into center field. Castro is right there. He'll play it. And that'll be the second out of the inning. But I'll also add as well, like people, I debate this with certain people, whether whatever. But like they say, oh, baseball's so easy. It's hitting a ball and catching it. I'm like, no, it's not. First of all, you talk about hitting a ball that's 90 plus miles an hour, now 100. You're also talking about the different positions. Obviously, first base, all the other positions is fielding, but catcher, you have to know your pitcher. And it's such a mental game too, which people don't understand. But that's the casuals out there, the people that don't like baseball for whatever reason. And some people suggesting that cricket's more interesting, but more on that later. As Grissom hits a high fly ball deep right field, going back at the track of the wall, it's gone. Trent Grisham with a 2-run blast, and the Yankees take a 2-1 lead.
Now that's something you really like to see. Hitting under 100 on the year, went first pitch swinging and just absolutely crushed that ball. I mean, he's always had some sneaky pop, but you just wanted to see him hit the ball for once, and he got all of that one.
384 feet. That is the Yankees' first hit, actually. But Grissom with the pitch right down the plate is aggressive for once. His first home run since April 29th of the Orioles. You rarely see him aggressive at the plate. You said he has that sneaky pop, but he finally shows it.
Yeah, that's only his third hit of the season and his second home run. So he's basically all or nothing, but unfortunately it's been 90% nothing. But you like to see him hit that homer right there, though. That's a good sign.
That pitch was dead center over the meat of the plate as Volpe fouls that one off. Count is 0-1. And that was
Just
pretty much almost a no-doubter, as you said.
It just goes to show that you can't just throw a pitch down the middle to anybody.
Exactly. Seeing fastball, he was. Count is 0-1 with 2 outs to Anthony Volpe. Lopez winds, kicks, and delivers. The pitch is outside, but somehow called a strike. Nice frame job there by Vasquez. Count is 0-2. Count is 0-2 to Volpe. Lopez winds, kicks, and delivers. And Volpe takes this one downstairs. The curveball in the dirt, 81 miles an hour. Count is 1-2. What is up to LI? What's up, guys? Hope all is well. LI. LI is going to the Giants Cleveland Browns game in September with my brother Alex, Big Blue in the Bronx. So that's going to be a lot of fun for them. Count is 1-2 to Volpe. The pitch is fouled off as he sticks around. Let's look this up real quick. Stat Muse will have an idea. Look at Pablo Lopez's all-time record versus the Yankees. And he's actually 0-2, actually. Interesting. Losing the game on the 15th,
Have they both
which
been
I
as a
believe was
Minnesota
called.
Twin?
Yeah. He had one appearance, I think, as a reliever with the Marlins, but regardless, grounded to short, played there by Correa, fires to first to get the out. That'll end the inning, but a 2-run bomb by Trent Grisham gives the Yankees a 2-1 lead. Yeah, he had one appearance. No, he actually had a start in 2018 versus the Yankees. He struck out 4 over 6. It was a no decision. Then he lost last year at Yankee Stadium, lost this year in Minnesota as well. Obviously, I think we actually called that game if I'm not mistaken. The Yankees had a big offensive day, but and now he's facing the Yankees right now. So currently he's 0-2. But regardless, we're going to get our first edition of Name That Yankee. So name that Yankee number 1. Here is the baseball player. He played with the Minnesota Twins from 1995 to 2001, also with the Mets in 01, then played with the Cleveland Indians at the time, 2002 to 04. In 2005, he had played with 3 teams, the Yankees, Pirates, and Cubs in 05 and 06. He finished off his career with the Seattle Mariners, so I will leave that up for a few minutes. Hello, what's up to
Wow.
Jeffrey? Hope everyone is great, and I hope all is well, Jeffrey. But yeah.
3
So
teams in 1 year. So he was a Yankee for what, like a month?
yeah,
Wow.
I mean, I gotta check because obviously I know who it is, but I didn't even know he was with the Yankees. I know of the player, obviously, but I'm gonna see how long he was with the Yankees for. Let's see. Yeah, he was. Yeah, with about a month or two, about a month or two. But
Jeez.
still, regardless, just leaving it at that. Let's get to 15 likes, folks, as Alex says. Still gonna leave this up. Obviously, many
Well,
guesses are allowed.
I did get it, but I'm not going to spoil it because I did cheat.
Gotcha.
But I did get it. Am I allowed to give a hint? Because there is a hint that I could share, but I don't know if you want me to share hints.
If it's not too much of a dead giveaway, you're open
He's a
to that.
two-time All-Star. He's a two-time All-Star.
Okay, that's good enough.
He's a two-time All-Star. Yeah, I wouldn't give away like anything dead.
Yeah, of course.
There's so many All-Stars in baseball, so I don't think that'll spoil it too much.
So we'll take this off for the moment as we restart, or at least head to the 3rd inning. Christian Vasquez takes the ball outside. Vasquez hitting 165 on the season with the homer and 7 RBIs. Count is 1-0. The pitch on the way to Vasquez. He takes a called strike on the inside corner. Count is 1-1. Rocco Baldelli, the former Red Sox and Tampa Bay Devil Ray, on the bench. Obviously, the manager of the Minnesota Twins for the past couple of years. Count is 1-1. The pitch is grounded foul. Count is 1-2.
They just pulled it up on the Yes graphic because my stream's a little bit ahead, but the Yankees are 122 and 44 against the Twins since 2002. That's just domination.
Utter domination, including the playoffs as well.
Yep, that's just
Obviously,
domination.
They won the series in 03, the division series. They won the division series in 04. They won the division series in 09, and they won the division series in 2010 and 2019 as well. 2-2 pitch is outside 3-2. So it's been
Wild card
Yep.
game in 2017. That game
Yep,
too.
I remember
Yep.
that game.
Yep. They've just owned the Twins for pretty much this entire 21st century. So, yeah.
Count is 3-2 to Vasquez. Pitches a high pop up. This will go out of play into the seats.
And the Twins, and that's even crazier thinking about that because the Twins have had some very good teams in that time span.
Oh yeah,
They've had some really good teams.
Count is 3-2. Stroman ready to deliver his 33rd pitch. Count is full. The pitch. Vasquez hits this one a high fly ball into left field. Judge retreating back to the track at the wall. This ball is out of here. Christian Vasquez with a solo shot, and he gets the Twins back in it as they tie the game at 2.
Yeah, I don't think he meant to keep that pitch as high as he did. I think he tried to get it lower, and he kind of just left it and belted the plate right down the middle pretty much for him.
As you said, you can't really leave not this was a fastball, but you can't just leave the pitch over the middle to anybody. They'll take advantage.
And of course, on a full count, you want to try to get one close to the zone, but you just can't leave one over the heart of the plate like that. You know the hitter is in protect mode as it is. But it's not the end of the world though for Stroman. Just needs to settle
No.
in, just like he did in the first inning. You know, you gave the homer to Correa, settle in, get the next guy out, and just focus on the guy in front of you.
Trevor Larnach takes the ball outside. Count is 1-0. Larnach flew out in the first inning. Count is 1-0. The pitch to Larnach. He takes outside. Count is 2-0. As once again, that pitch off speed, but it tailed over the plate just enough for Vasquez to carry it out.
Like I said, can't leave him right over the heart. How about that? Trent Grisham and Christian Vasquez have homered in the same game. Both teams' number 9 hitters have homered in the first 3 innings. How about that?
We're in for an interesting one if that continues to be a trend with a bottom of the order continues to hit. And they're
Right.
also, again, as you know, we were making mention of obviously their number 9 hitters, but they're hitting like 190 apiece between them. 2-0. Larnach fouls this one off.
Trent Grisham wasn't even hitting 100. He probably wasn't even hitting his own weight. So like, I mean, like, crazy start already as it is.
Showing an advertisement for Inside Out 2. Count is 2-1 to Stroman, or from Stroman. The pitch is in there for strike 2. Larnach does not like that call, as the low strike has been apparent for the plate umpire Quinn Wolcott. Alex Verdugo just sitting on the edge of the dugout, enjoying his time. 2-2 pitch. Outside 3, downstairs 3-2. And, you know, you're seeing Verdugo have some fun, but I never bought into the idea that he was a clubhouse cancer. That's
I
just
never
me.
did either, but I was a little worried about like just maybe like I don't want to say immaturity. That sounds bad, but like I
Right.
wasn't sure if his type of mentality was going to fit the Yankees. I wasn't sure to be honest. I was completely wrong though. It fits right in. His energy, his flair, and just he's been a good player too. On top of that, it's not like he's just like, oh, the cool clubhouse guy, while also playing very well on top of it. He's been the best defensive left fielder in baseball, which I didn't know he was that good defensively. I knew he was a pretty solid defensive
Right.
player, don't get me wrong, but I didn't know he was like that good defensively. Like he's really opened my eyes a little bit with that. And just the whole dogs mentality thing too. I know there was a fan I remember I saw on Twitter that didn't like that, and everyone called him out for it, and honestly, rightfully so, because I think doing that has like really been like
Yeah.
the little rallying cry for the Yankees, if you will, something that they
Of
needed.
course.
Because like if you look back to, they brought in Josh Donaldson a couple years ago to kind of be that quote unquote flair guy, the guy that has some confidence, some energy. We all know that did not work out at all. Not only did he not
Yeah.
play well, but he only caused some problems instead of actually getting the team riled up on it. So that didn't work. They bring in Verdugo. There were some skeptics about it. I was a skeptic myself, honestly. I remember I had said in the offseason it felt like we just got a lefty Harrison Bader. I was wrong. He's better than that. He's been really good this year. I'm really happy he's on the team. Unfortunately, it probably looks like this will be the only year he'll be in pinstripes, but I think it's a good tone
Yeah.
setter, because next year you can lead into that whole Judge Dominguez Soto outfield. Because let's be honest, the main reason they even got Verdugo in the first place was because they knew that that Dominguez wasn't going to be ready to start the year. So let Dominguez get healthy. He might end up having to sit in AAA for a little bit, which kind of stinks. I kind of want to see him up here, but at the same time, when the team is
Oh, yeah.
playing as well as they are, and guys like Verdugo are playing well, there's really no justifying, taking him out of the lineup and stuff like that. You just can't justify it. So I understand it. I'm just glad though. It's a good problem to have. I'll put it that way. It's a good problem to have. Very good problem to have.
Absolutely. Runner takes second, as the Yankees just did not pay attention to the runner. Count is 2-1. Trevor Larnach stealing his first base of the season, catching the Yankees napping. And I very much like the chain that
And
Verdugo is wearing as well.
yeah, and speaking of another Yankee that a lot of people were skeptic about, the guy on the mound, Marcus Stroman. Obviously he had his
I
whole
admit I was
little
skeptical.
beef with Yankee. Yeah, I'm sure you were one of the skeptics, and I'll admit I actually wasn't that big of a skeptic. Like I understood the whole he didn't get along with Yankees fans, this that. But I
Yeah.
thought the contract we gave Stroman was a pretty good contract, to be honest.
Yeah.
Obviously we didn't sign Stroman to be like the ace. So considering the contract we got for a guy that I consider a high quality starting pitcher, I'm pretty sure a lot of guys still do, but I know he's had his times. Like I know last year he was very good in the first half and just downright awful in the second half. Let's just be honest with ourselves here. But I always thought he was a pretty solid pitcher, and I thought he would fit pretty well into this rotation coming in, and he's only proven that so far throughout the season. I know this start hasn't gone off to the best for him, but it's also not the worst. So
Yeah.
I'm happy with what Stroman and Verdugo have been doing. Two guys that weren't a lot of people weren't sure how they would fit on the Yankees roster, how they would, perform, but they've done the job. They've done the job.
Kepler grounds out to Gleyber Torres to end the inning with one run coming from Christian Vasquez. But the Yankees' top of the order is due up with Soto, Judge, and Giancarlo Stanton coming up. But to reveal the answer, what's up to JC as well, Hopeball as well. What's up to the Niners are a poverty team, Skull. Obviously, I guess it's a Minnesota Vikings fan regardless. But the first answer, should I say, the first answer to the Name That Yankee Part 1 was Matt Lawson, a two-time All-Star, as Dylan had noted. Outfielder, played with the Twins, played with the Guardians as well, and played with a couple teams in '05. But Part 2 of Name That Yankee is this. He played with the Yankees from 2013 to 2015, 2016. I'll say this. You know what? I won't even say it at all because it's a major hint. 2016 with the Twins, 2017 to 2019 with the Arizona Diamondbacks, Atlanta Braves, and Pittsburgh Pirates 2 years after. So I think this one people will more get.
I think I got this one. And I didn't cheat this time, but I'm going to confirm it. And if I'm wrong, I'm going to think of it again without looking. But I want to confirm it, but I think I got it.
I think this is going to be I think this is going to be not going to say it's an easy one, but I think it's going to be a moderate difficulty. So
It's the fact that he was on the Yankees for multiple years that makes me really confident about it. Because it's not like he was not like the first one where he was a Yankee for 1 month or if even that.
So the Yankees version of Name That Yankee, I could easily name it right now. As in the Yes Network's version is LaTroy Hawkins.
I missed it. You said it's LaTroy Hawkins on that one. I missed it. I didn't see it.
Because he was a Yankee for one season. He played. I remember he started the game with competing alongside David Wells, which David Wells pitched a perfect game. So 95 to 03, 04 to 05 with the Cubs, Giants, 05, 06 Orioles, 07 Rockies, 08 Yankees. But two good guesses here from Crackle Nuts and Stewart and Romine, but those are not.
And I got it now, and I remember the Yankee. I got it now. I'm not going to spoil it. But I'll say this: the first guess was a pretty good one. So you're getting warmer.
I'd say both guesses because they obviously both were teammates of this player.
Yeah.
They're close.
You're getting warmer. You're getting warmer.
I can't say the position though. That's a giveaway.
Nope. It'll be a giveaway. Yep. You're getting warm. I'll put it that way.
So here is Juan Soto. He walked in his first at bat versus Lopez. First pitch to Soto is high. Count is 1-0. Again, I'll just leave it at that. Stroh might be injured. Velo is abnormally down tonight, typically a precursor. If it's for just one start, then it's not too much to worry about. But if it's for more than one start, we'll keep an eye on it, obviously. But good note, Jacob.
Well, I haven't been taking good note, but Stroman usually only throws like 90 miles an hour, 91 on his sinkers and stuff. He isn't really a hard thrower. So, a noticeable dip would be like if it's touching like 87. Then I'd be like, okay, that's a bit of a dip. But I haven't been taking note, so I'm not going to make a conclusion. I want to see what he's doing next inning before I can be like, oh, maybe something's wrong.
2-1.
Sometimes guys just don't have it, too. Sometimes guys just don't have it. Sometimes it's just not your night. You know what I mean? And I don't even think
it's more about
bad these first 3 innings. I think it's just he hasn't really gotten a feel for the game yet. Exactly what you just said. Mm-hmm. That's what I think it is. I don't think he's gotten a feel for this Twins lineup. He's gotten a feel for it yet. I think he's still trying to figure it out a little bit, which, you know what? When you have an offense as potent as this is, it's okay. There's never. This is unlike last year when if we went down 1-0, I was like, okay, well we can pencil this one in as a loss.
Yeah,
No, they go down 1-0, and I'm like, all right, now it's our turn. Like I feel a lot more confident, a lot better about the offense than I ever honestly ever have in quite a while. I probably haven't felt this good about a
absolutely.
team's offense since the year they won it in '09. To be honest, you know what I mean? Like I say it time and time again, but this offense is relentless. I mean, they're just insane. I mean, they've shown it a lot too recently, where they can just erase a deficit like that in an inning.
Yeah,
They can just go hit for hit for hit for hit for hit. They can just go right at you. Like,
and it's not just the home runs, it's the manufacturing of
yeah,
runs, getting more base runners on, more creating more
work
traffic.
working the pitch count too, doing all that
Absolutely.
stuff. Like
I
that
th-
stuff plays a huge role. One of the very first things that I noticed from this team this season was that they were working the pitch count a lot. Right as I say that, Soto gets a walk, so that just kind of proves my point
exactly. Good
further.
job by
But
Soto.
he gets his second walk of the game already. One of the first things I noticed was that they were working the pitch count a lot. They were making these pitchers work, even if they weren't always winning the games or always turning in the best offensive performances. They were at least getting to the starting pitcher. They weren't letting the starting pitcher just take him deep, take him 8 innings or 9 innings, whatever you want to call it. They were getting to them. They were making them have to go to the bullpen. That's what you want. You know at some point the hits will come. You want to find your pitch, be patient, work the pitch count. Especially if you can get to the starting pitcher too, he'll start throwing more hittable pitches later on. That's just how it works. So I
Judge
think
hitting
that's a big reason why.
588 versus the Twins this season in 6 games, 8 extra base hits, 9 RBIs, and a 1917 OPS, which is beyond outstanding. It's
That's
absolute torture what he's done to them.
that's like MLB The Show numbers. I don't even know if my Road to the Show guy ever did that good.
Count is 1-0 to Judge. Again, I did have my worries with Judge, and I thought he was originally hurt in April, but May and June have all
I
but
definitely,
fixed it.
I definitely thought about it if he was injured or not. But then again, I also thought to myself, if he was injured, I don't think they'd be throwing him in the outfield every day. So
No,
then I was like,
no.
if that's the case, then he's just struggling. It's a slump. He's had worse slumps. I mean,
It's
April
true.
was
He
bad.
has.
April was bad. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it and be like, oh, it wasn't that bad. No, it was bad. It was bad, and I'm sure Aaron Judge will tell you that. I'm sure everyone, around Yankees fans and even in the Yankees community will tell you that it was bad. But go look at like August of 2017 when he struck out basically almost every at bat when he was
It was
the
after the
worst.
home run derby, too.
Yeah, right
After the
after
home
it,
run
and
derby.
everyone was saying that the home run derby messed him up. He was striking out so much. He was just not playing very good. Turned it around with a crazy September. So look what happened here. Bad April, turned it around with the best month of his career in May. Noticing a bit of a trend here. When he has these like not so great months, the next month you can't get the guy out like at all. So obviously,
Count is 3-1.
said and done, you don't want Judge to struggle at all. You don't want that to happen, period. But at the same time, players are going to struggle. There's a
Yeah.
reason why a 290 average is considered elite. Being successful 29% of the time is considered elite. So let's be honest here. Players are going to struggle. They're going to go through slides. It happens. I think the way Judge responded to that bad start completely erased that April completely. Like at this point, most people probably already forgot that he was hitting 197 on May 2nd. So let
Absolutely. I forgot, too.
yeah, he was hitting 197 on May 2nd, and now he's hitting 292, which is probably top 10 in baseball, probably top 5 in the American League, has the highest OPS in baseball, leads baseball in home runs, leads the American League in doubles, leads everything in slugging. Oh, you name it. I could go on and on. There's so many things he leads in right now. It's insane.
Count is 3-2 to number 99, the captain, Aaron Judge. Lopez from the stretch delivers, and that's a walk for Judge. So Judge takes first with Soto on second. Now I'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton, who's also walked. But real quick, folks, ding, 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 ding. Jacob is right. It was John Ryan Murphy. I actually, as much as Crackle Nut states this was one of my favorites, I hated to be training for Hicks. I actually kind of like John Ryan Murphy. Kind of.
I didn't mind him. I didn't mind him either.
He was a good backup to Brian McCann.
At the end of the day, I mean, the trade for Hicks, you could say, still worked out because Hicks did have some good years with the Yankees. Obviously, we
Yeah.
know how it finished was not pretty,
Plus, it was
but
scraps anyway because Murphy was a
yeah,
backup catcher.
exactly. We obviously know how Hicks's time with the Yankees didn't end very well. We get it, but if you ignore anything, if you ignore anything from 2020 and beyond, he had some good years with the Yankees. 2017
Yeah.
and 2019 were very productive years, and at the time that the extension he had gotten seemed reasonable. It did. It's a good thing that we were able to get out of it. To be honest, because I
Yeah.
thought that was going to become an issue, but thankfully it's not. So it is what it
Count is
is.
1-0 to Giancarlo Stanton. He's actually hitting 308 this season with runners in scoring position with 3 home runs. 1-0 pitch to Stanton, and he swings and fouls this one off. Count is 1-1. Do any of you know how the Savannah Bananas baseball team is? I don't think they're a professional sports team. They're kind of like, I mean,
I
I
think I
guess
think
they're in their
they're
own
I
league.
think they're like a Harlem Globetrotters, but baseball. That's
Yes,
how I interpret them.
perfect.
That's what they
Couldn't
basically
have
are.
said it any better. They are Harlem Globetrotters
Because
of
like as
baseball.
far as I'm concerned, I believe a lot of their players are like college players or like
Former
obviously
MLB players too. Johnny
former
Damon and
MLB
Nick Swisher at
players,
bats.
Nick Swisher too, I believe. Former MLB players, former just even professional players, even if they were just minor leaguers or guys that played in Dominican leagues or any other overseas league. Just a combination of guys that are just playing a unique brand of baseball that isn't really
Yeah,
meant for like uber competitive purposes. Like, I mean, I'm sure that there's some sort of, competitiveness to it in a way, but at the
they're
end of
just
the day,
having fun at that point.
exactly. They're trying to just have fun, and that's the main goal. Have fun and entertain people. And they've done a good job at it. I
Yeah.
wanted to go see them because they were playing at a ballpark not too far from where I stay, but I unfortunately never got the chance to go see them. But
3-2 count to Stanley as he swung on the pitch out of the zone, but without that swing and miss, Lopez has been very spotty with the strike zone this far in this inning. Count is 3-2 to Stanton, and he steps off the mound. Count is 3-2. Judge on first, Soto on second. 3-2 count to Giancarlo Stanton with nobody out. And the pitch. Stan takes ball 4. I talked about missing the strike zone being spotty. Bases are now loaded for Rizzo. Big at bat here.
yep. And if you're Anthony Rizzo, this is the at bat you want to really turn it around. One swing of the bat can really erase a lot of wrongdoing.
It could be a potential momentum center. Momentum setter. I didn't mean to say momentum center. But Stanton on first, Judge on second, and
Oof,
Soto
Rizzo
on third.
hurt himself with that pitch. He fouled it off and it hit him. So now he's injured a little bit. Hope he's all
Oof,
right.
right off the chest, the lower
Yeah.
chest. That's gotta hurt. I know, like fouling off a ball off your foot's bad, but you rarely see one hit the lower part of your abdomen. So Rizzo's going to take a moment here. And Aaron Boone will walk out to make sure his player is okay. Rizzo now gets up. He's just leaning over a bit. Hopefully, it just hit a muscle, not a bone. Let's see. Here's the hit. Ooh, it kind of looked like it went off his knee. At least I thought. I could be wrong, though. Originally thought it hit off his lower chest. Let's see that again.
Looks like he's
Yeah,
trying to
right off the
stretch it
side
out.
of the knee.
Looks like he's trying to stretch it out, and see if he can finish the at bat.
I mean, it's not bad to the point where it hits the kneecap, but the side of the knee is still a bummer.
There'll be a nice little bruise there tomorrow morning, but hopefully
Yeah,
he'll be all right.
some ice on that.
Yep, after this game, he'll be hitting the ice bath really quickly.
So Aaron Boone and the trainer will head back to the dugout. as Rizzo gets a standing ovation as Lopez throws a warm-up pitch or two. Count is 0-1 with the foul ball. Looks like they're shifting Rizzo to the right for the most part with the infield on the grass. Correa at shortstop, hugging second base. The pitch. Rizzo chops this one foul, and its count is 0-2.
This is a very long at bat. Obviously, part of that reason was the injury, but now it looks like
Yeah.
there's pitch com issue. So,
Ooh. Count is 0-2. They'll have to get another pitch com. I have a thought for you that somebody just brought up and it was interesting. And I don't know if they're a restricted or unrestricted free agent or not. Would you take Sam Hauser on the mid-level exception
what for the Knicks?
off the bench?
Hmm. That's a tough one. He's a good shooter, but at the same time, like, what would you give him if he is a free agent? What would you sign him to? What kind of contract are you going to give him? Because at the end of the day, let's think about this for a minute. Let's say that they're all, in this offseason, that all they do is essentially run the team back. They sign OG Anunoby, they sign Isaiah Hartenstein, and run back the roster. Your bench unit's going to look like Deuce McBride, um, you know, Bojan Bogdanovic if he's still on the team, Josh
Yeah.
Hart, Mitchell Robinson. Do you really need to add a guy like Hauser at that point? Is he even going to find a spot to play? Because Hauser's a guy that just shoots threes. He doesn't really do much else on the floor. So, and I understand he's a very good shooter, one of the best shooters in the NBA, but do you really want to give up financial assets for that? That's the thing that the Knicks need to wonder. That's the thing fans need to wonder as well.
Rizzo strikes out as he chases the high heater. So it's one out here for the Yankees, and that'll bring up the right-hander Gleyber Torres.
And that you feel for Rizzo. I know he hurt himself in that at bat, but you kind of wish he would have just at least put the ball in play to kind of really get some momentum going. But a strikeout's worst case scenario because now they're set up for a double play and can get out of this inning without giving up anything.
Torres takes a called strike, count is 0-1.
Gleyber Torres has been swinging a better bat of late, though. At least we can look at that. Obviously the results I don't think are still fully there just yet, but he's having better at bats. I do think he still needs to see the fastballs a little bit better. I think he's still struggling to see them very good, but I think the quality of contact is improving a lot. We're seeing some more power. We're seeing some harder hits. That's always a good thing.
Time is called real quick.
Now at this point, you just want to see the Yankees at least get a run in. They might not. You're not saying you got to clear the bases here, but get a run in. You had the bases loaded, nobody out. You want to get a run in some way. It doesn't matter how you do it at this point. Just get that run in.
High heaters taken high, count is 1-2. Austin Wells on deck after he was hit by the pitch. Count is 1-2. The pitch. Torres chops his right side, base hit. 1 run will score, 2 runs will score, and the Yankees go up 4-2. That ball gets away. It gets behind Vasquez, but no runners further advance. It's going to be a 2-run double for Torres, and the Yankees go up 4-2.
That's a good piece of hitting. Just put the ball in play.
Great
You
piece.
see that hole open on the right side of the infield. He got it right through. 2 runs right there. Could have been a third if Stanton wasn't the one at third base, but it doesn't matter. 2 runs, you take it.
And they were completely playing off Stanton, which helped, obviously, as you mentioned, him being the third runner. But it benefited the Yankees in a way because Santana was playing so off. Nobody was they weren't playing the corners. So good job by Torres as the Yankees are now up 4-2 with Austin Wells having the ability to drive in a possible RBI or two. First pitch to Wells is hit a high fly ball into center field. This will get in stand most likely. Castro makes the catch. Will throw it right into third. And the Yankees take a 5-2 lead as Torres is back safe at second. So I talk about
That
manufacturing
was a very
runs.
close play at second. That was a very close play at second. I know what Glaber was trying to do. He was trying to, draw the attention towards him so they don't throw out Stanton, but almost cost himself a base runner and an out.
Didn't really need to. He didn't have to advance far realistically. Let's see.
No,
Yeah, his
he
hands
was
on the
being
bases. He's
aggressive. I know
cruising.
what he was trying to be aggressive, try to draw attention to himself. Let Stanton try to get across the plate. I get the strategy, but it would have sucked to see you lose the base runner and get an extra out to end the inning when you got this rally going.
Ozzy
But on the
swings and
bright
misses,
side,
strike one.
I just mentioned during the Glaber at bat, you don't have to clear the bases, and what do they do? 2 batters later,
Exactly.
they clear the bases. So, they always do what I want them to do, but I am not used to seeing them always do it. Last
Exactly.
last
That's
year did
true.
not make me last year didn't make me expect them to actually drive in all these runs. I don't think last year's team puts up a rally like this that quickly.
No, never. They hardly clear the bases. Again, timely hitting I talk about often. That was a timely hit right there, especially with the infield in and them not playing the corners. 1-1 pitches bounced to the dirt. Count is 2-1.
But yeah, manufacturing runs in any way you can. Doesn't matter how you do it, just do it. We're not obviously we want to see them hit home runs. We want to see them get hits with runners in scoring position, but at the end of the day, runs are runs. So
Absolutely.
take what you can get.
Count is 2-1. Pitch is high. Count is 3-1. Lopez once again really struggling with the strike zone. 3-1 from Lopez. The pitch. Cabrera lines this one in the right. Going back is Kepler. He makes a running catch, and that'll be the end of the inning with one runner left on. But the Yankees score not one, not two, but 3 runs in the bottom half of the third, and they're up 5-2 as we head to the top of the fourth.
It was a good catch by Kepler. Very good catch by Kepler, actually. Saved a run.
Niners are a poverty team. Skull says Paul Pablo. He has thrown more balls than games played this year. Aaron
More
Hicks did
balls than
suck
innings
ass.
pitched would have been better.
Yeah, that's true as well. Aaron Hicks sucked ass. I would say, yeah, towards the latter tenure. But let's see what else do we have in store for segments. So I'm gonna go with recent MLB history on this day, June 6th. Let's go back to 1992. Eddie Murray of the New York Mets becomes the all-time leader in RBI by a switch hitter. He passes Mickey Mantle with his 1,510th RBI. In 1991, Albert Bell is shipped to the minors for not running out a ground ball in Cleveland's 2-1 loss to the White Sox. Now, Bell became one of, obviously, the AL's most feared power hitters, but he did have quite the temper. In 1990, for the second time that season, Cecil Fielder belts 3 home runs in a game, the former Yankee. As Detroit beats the Indians 6-4, Fielder becomes the 4th AL player to have 2 3-homer games in a season. In 1983, the Twins select Tim Belcher with the first pick in the annual June free agent draft, but Belcher rejects their $125,000 signing bonus offer and pitches for Team USA in the Pan American Games instead. Belcher will be the first person selected in the 1984 draft of January. The Reds would take Kurt Stillwell, and the Red Sox would take Roger Clemens. So just a couple of MLB notes there. Also some birthdays. to former Mets infielder Bud Harrelson and former Red Sox Tony Graffinino. He was also a Kansas City Royal as
And I,
well.
I just went on Google too to look up more stuff from June 6th in baseball history. I did not know that in 2003 that Sammy Sosa got suspended for accidentally using a corked bat.
He did. Yep, he was thrown out of the game for that, and he was suspended. I think it was against the Devil Rays.
Yeah, it was. It says that the bat was designed to use for home run displays during batting practice, and it was accidentally used in the game. Now it's Sammy Sosa, so we can
Yeah,
live with our thoughts on if it was really an accident or not. But
yeah, of course.
either way, that's definitely fascinating.
Pitches outside to Willie Castro. Count is 1-0. He grounded out in the second inning. Pitches a strike. Count is 1-1. Stroman 48 pitches. The pitch on the way. Nice little sinker tailing in. Swing and a miss. Good movement on it. Count is 1-2. Willie Castro is 3 outs above average in the center field this season and a +5 OAA at all other positions. Count is 1-2. Stroman winds, kicks, delivers, and that'll hit Castro. Just hit him right on the hip as he'll go to first. They're showing some of Castro's plays against the Yankees. He actually had a couple of misplays, but one of them being thinking that he had a final out in the inning and ended up running a little bit, in which runners scored, so he threw it late for the sacrifice fly. But the pitch to Miranda is a swing and a miss on a sinker. Count is 0-1. Miranda grounded out in the second inning in his last at bat. Count is 0-1 to Miranda. The pitch on the way. Outside. Count is 1-1. One and one count, runner on first, that being Castro. Stroman kicks and delivers. Nice slider going down and away. Gets Miranda to chase. Count is 1-2. "53 pitches for Stroman, no outs in the inning. Not bad for Stroman, who's had a shaky start, but it seems to have settled in just a little bit. 1-2. The pitch. This one's lined into right field. A hit and run situation that is a base hit. Gets down in front of Soto. Castro will stay at second, but it's 2 on with nobody out.
If you're Stroman, you really want to settle down a little bit. You don't want to give up this lead. First time you really got a nice big lead in this game. You don't want to give it right back.
So coming up to the plate for the Minnesota Twins is Carlos Santana, who had a double in his last at bat, hitting .221 on the season. Stroman from the stretch, Castro on second. The pitch is outside. Count is 1-0.
I feel like Stroman's really still struggling to find it a little bit. He keeps throwing
Yeah.
splitters. He's mixing and matching his sinkers. Not sure really what pitch he's got a good feel for. I feel like he's still trying to discover that right now.
1-0, make that 1-1 splitter over on the outside corner. Count is 1-1. And to be fair, there's no consistent pitch that has really worked. Because I think the Miranda hit was a sinker over the plate, and I think the Vasquez one was a curveball over the plate as well as, and I think the first home run to Correa was a sinker over the plate. So it's a matter of not just mixing pitches, just finding that location.
Pretty much.
Stroman from the stretch. The count is 2-1 to the lefty Santana. To the switcher Santana. The pitch is a high fly ball in foul territory. Cabrera over by the camera well. He'll make the catch for the first out.
And that's a big out if you're Stroman. Big out. You needed that. Now you get down to the 8 and 9 hitters. You have a good chance to get out of this inning.
So coming up to the plate now is Kyle Farmer hitting 177 on the season. Good chance, or I should say, a good opportunity for a quick double play ball.
Yep. With the 8 and 9 hitters coming up too, like I said, this is your best opportunity.
Stroman
He's
steps
having
off.
Stroman and the Yanks have a real good chance here to get out of this unscathed and can pad to their lead next inning.
And the Yankees offense gave him some breathing room, so he has to take advantage. Count is 0-0. The pitch to Farmer is downstairs. Count is 1-0. Count is 1-0 to Farmer. The pitch on the way. This was a high fly ball into center field. Going back Grisham, he'll make the catch, and Castro will tag from second to third. So it'll be 2 gone with runners on the corners. Looks like Ben Rice seems to be killing it in AAA.
Yeah. I wonder how that will end up being. If he gets called up at some point. Certain guys continue to struggle. Cough, cough, Anthony Rizzo.
So here is Christian Vasquez hit a home run earlier in the game. Pitch is downstairs. And now, let me look at the contract for Rizzo because I think he's signed to a 2-3-year contract. Rizzo. Pitch to Vasquez is popped up. Looks like the Yankees are going to get out of this unscathed as Cabrera calls it, makes the catch with 2 runners left on. We head to the bottom of the 4th. It is 5-2 Yankees. So, in terms of Rizzo's contract, he has a club option for next year. Do the Yankees pick up the $17 million left on it? I don't think so, as of right now. Just at least how I see it.
I apologize about that. I was speaking to my mother about something.
Oh, good. But the question I was this is for the chat and you as well, Dylan. Do you think the Yankees pick up Rizzo's option next year? It's a club option, $17 million. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think they're gonna just let him go, which will be the right move. You want to save as much financial assets as possible to extend Juan Soto, and that will be one of the ways you can do it by not taking the option. And you like I alluded to before, you have other players down in the minor leagues that are looking pretty close to being able to take that spot. And of course, first baseman's a high value position. You have other guys in the market you could search for too to take that spot. So I think they'll just simply not take the option and move on, which will be the right decision. It'll be the right decision. As much as I love Rizzo, I know Rizzo's a great guy. I know he works hard, but it's just for the better of the team. At the end of the day, it's
he's
business.
Declining at this point.
Yeah. And, Rizzo's provided some good stuff for us, but unfortunately this year, 90% of it has not been very good, which I personally expected. I mean, there were some people whose expectations about Rizzo, now that he wasn't concussed anymore, was going to be, that Rizzo was going to return to that all-star form he was pre-concussion last year. I understand if you had that mindset because, I mean, we saw how good he was in the first 2 months of last season. But at the same time, concussions aside, all injuries aside, Rizzo's a declining player, like you just said. He's getting older. He's declining. It's just part of it. He's been in the major leagues now for 13, 14 years. It's part of it. It was bound to happen at some point.
Yeah. And if it's not Ben Rice, I mean, obviously there's some people including other options, whether Judge or whoever's going to play first base, internally. Obviously, I don't think the Yankees will throw this amount of money knowing that now they have to re-sign Soto. Murakami intrigues me a lot.
And he's definitely intriguing. I've used him a lot in MLB The Show, but obviously I've seen him play in real life too, and he's an insane player over there. He looks like he's going to be really good in the major leagues. But at the same time, You want to save as much money as you can for Soto, and you got to make sure that doing so, of course, you don't strain your financial flexibility, but at the same
Yeah,
time that you know, get your priorities right because you don't want to pass up on Juan Soto for an unproven project. So
absolutely. Grissom with the swing and a miss as now he chaps this one foul. Count is 0-2. So the exit velo on that last home run by Grisham was about 105 miles an hour, and the distance, as previously mentioned, was about 384 feet into the short porch and right. I will bring up a scenario that Jacob brought up by a former colleague of mine is the pitch outside. In the offseason, this was mentioned by this is the original thought of Dane Huber, who I know very well from NYY Underground, also as well Yankee Farm. Would you trade Stroman to save some money to let one of the younger guys take advantage?
mm, nah, not yet. At least not now. I mean,
Yeah, I
he's
could
pitched very
understand that.
well this season, and I get that, but at the same time, I think the contract they signed him to is a good value contract in its own. I don't think you need to trade
Yeah,
him. I think there's I think there's other options out there that are better to move on from, such as Anthony Rizzo. Gleyber
yep.
Torres is another one. I don't expect Gleyber Torres to be extended either because of the Soto stuff. So I think the infield's going to look a bit different next year. But at the same time, it's something you have to do when you have a guy as good as Juan Soto that's about to, you know, hit free agency and get some big money. So it's part of it. And I don't think you need to part with your starting pitching for that. I think the
Yeah.
starting pitching has been one of their biggest values of this year, obviously, and I don't think you need to trade Stroman. I think he's one of those guys you don't need to move on from. I don't think he's making enough money to where if you trade him, it's going to make that much of a difference. Like I get, I
Grissom,
get
yeah,
the whole, I get the whole thing about the minor league pitchers and stuff as well. Because
yeah, of course.
Luis Heel was someone who wasn't even supposed to be part of the rotation. He wasn't going to be, and then Garrett Cole got hurt. He, had to fight, basically win his job back, essentially in a way, and he did. And look how good he's become. So I understand maybe some fans are hoping for, a part two of that, but that's not guaranteed. We've seen
Yeah.
time and time again where young pitchers get the call up. They do what they're supposed to do, and then they don't always pan
There-
out in the major leagues.
Yeah, there's
So
usually that one flash there's some pitchers with one flash in the pan and then they just, underperform. But the
and
recent play here was a Carlos Correa throw to Santana, which he cannot be picked. So error. That's actually going to be scored a hit for Volpe as Soto
as it
comes to the
should be,
plate.
as it should be. That was a tough play for Correa. That should be. Scorekeepers have been a little odd this year, but that
Suspect.
was yeah, a little odd from them. But that should have been scored a hit. It was a tough play.
Count is 1-0 Soto. He has 2 walks on the game with also a run scored.
That base hit, by the way, from Volpe makes it now 32 consecutive games that he has reached base.
And I don't even know, I guess it would be 56, the on base streak for the Yankee franchise record. Now that knowing, obviously, DiMaggio had a 56 base hit streak.
I'm not sure exactly what the on base record would be, but I mean, if that's the case, that's probably accurate to say that it's probably the same thing as the DiMaggio one.
Soto pops out to left for the second out. This will bring up Aaron Judge, who has yet to have a hit today.
What we can
Hopefully
talk
that
about
goes.
with Volpe though is how he's really carved himself into becoming that leadoff hitter the Yankees envisioned him being. He's like
Oh
the
yeah,
ideal leadoff hitter. He's cut down the strikeouts big time. He's making a lot more contact. He's changed his approach a little bit. Last year he looked to try to pull the ball a lot, push it, pull for some power. Kind of exchanged home runs for getting on base. This year, total opposite. Looking to get on base more, looking to make more contact. It's exchanged into some less home runs, which you wish you could see some more of that. But we know he's got that power in the tank, and we know with time that power will come and more home runs will come.
absolutely. And as you mentioned it, you said he was focused on pulling the ball last season. As count is 1-0. Pitch
Yeah, you could see
is
it a lot
outside
last
2-0.
year. You could see it a lot last year. He pulled his head a lot on some swings because he tried to, yank it out of the park a lot. And I get it. It's rookie. Rookie's going to go through that kind of stuff. They're going to have to learn from it. I think he's responded very well, though, in his sophomore season. He really has. He's looked like a very good leadoff hitter. One of the better leadoff hitters in the game at the moment, if you ask me.
I think so too. Count is 3-0 to Judge. But you said about pulling the ball. Why not? I think he's spraying the ball at all fields this year. That's what I really
That's
like
what I'm
about
saying,
Volpe.
yeah. This year,
Not
he's
just
changed his
that, but the
approach.
pitch selection, what she's
Yeah.
swinging at.
Yep, he's looking for the pitch that he knows he wants to hit, and he's doing damage. And he's a guy who too he can drive in some runs for a guy who's a leadoff hitter. Usually, your leadoff hitter doesn't drive in a lot of runs simply because usually 90% of the time they're up at bat, nobody's on base, but. He's come through a lot in those situations. You can credit the bottom of the order too for getting on base and getting them in that situation. But Volpe's coming through, which is something big. You want to see him driving runs. You want to see him reach base. You want to see him, hit the ball, not try to just do too much at the plate. I really like what I'm seeing. I think you're seeing a guy who's playing like a mature veteran at the age of 23, which is just a
Absolutely.
phenomenal thing to have.
So Pablo Lopez has reached a career high in walks tonight, as I mentioned, the spotty strike zone. Pit runner goes. Stan fouls this one off. I think the Yankees are actually attending going for a double steal, or at least Volpe was stealing. This count is 0-1. I just need Judge to have one RBI, one more run, or one more hit to hit that over on the 1.5. That's at least the first part of my bets
And
because the finals haven't even
it
started
gets
yet.
this gets back to what I talked about last inning with running up the pitch count. Pablo Lopez is up to 89 pitches on the night already, and we're in the bottom of the fourth inning. They're making him work.
Stanton check swings, but the pitch is high and he did not go around. Count is 1-1. Yeah, he's been kind of wild. Not gonna say wild, but he's been very spotty with the strike zone. Some pitches are just not hitting the
Well,
strike zone.
when you're patient like the Yankees have been, as a pitcher, you're thinking like, man, what do I got to do to get this guy to swing? And that's probably what he's going through at this moment.
Runner goes, Volpe steals, and he's going to come to the plate on the throwing error by Vasquez. Yankees up 6-2.
See, again, the aggressiveness. Volpe was aggressive on the base paths, and look what happened right there. Not only did he get the steal, but a bad throw lets him score. I mean, his aggressiveness, he's getting the pitcher's head. That's what I like to see.
And Judge was also stealing, so he'll advance to third with the another run 90 feet away.
This is just what the Yankees have been doing all year, putting pressure on pitchers nonstop. I mean, their lineup is already as good as it is, but the things they do with like the base paths and stuff goes a long way.
Stan takes high, count is 3-1. Volpe, for stealing third base in his career, is 13 for 13. It's almost a guarantee he's going to make it. Count is 3-1 to Stanton. 2 outs, Judge on third. The pitch from Lopez. And Stan lines this. It's a base hit off the glove of Correa. Judge scores. Yankees up 7-2.
That's another great at bat. Once again, I mean, they're doing so well in almost every facet. They've been a good defensive team, aside from the infield, but for the most part,
Yeah.
they've been a good defensive team. They're running the bases well. They're hitting the ball, manufacturing runs. They're hitting home runs. They're doing just about everything. This game has featured just about everything. The only thing that you maybe wish is that Stroman had pitched maybe a little bit better, but
Yeah.
you've seen him get out of the jams. You've seen the offense kick into gear. They're getting the timely hits. Like you've mentioned many times, manufacturing runs. They're running the bases well. They're working the pitch count. In fact, Pablo Lopez, they got a guy in the bullpen right now as we speak. He's up to 92 pitches in just 3 2/3 of an inning. I mean, doing all those things is what it takes to win a lot of baseball games. And that's what the Yankees have been doing all season long. And that's why they've been as good as they are. That's why they are as tough as an opponent as they are right now.
Cole Sands is up in the bullpen for the Twins, the right-handed reliever. As we mentioned, that his pitch count, meaning Lopez right now, is at 92 pitches. Lopez from the stretch has mightily struggled. Rizzo can extend the lead with one swing of the bat, pitches outside. Count is 1-0. And then we coming up on the next half inning is Yankees trivia. We'll do one part of part A at the next half, and then the half inning after that, part B. 1-0 pitch to Rizzo. It takes downstairs. Count is 2-0. Waiting for their pitch. Count is 2-0. Lopez from the stretch. The pitch. Rizzo swings right through a curveball that would have been ball 3. Count is 2-1.
Yeah, Rizzo's really pressing at the plate, I think. That's what's really making him struggle.
And he doesn't need to do too much, honestly, because Lopez is not throwing strikes. 2-1 pitch. And Rizzo pops this one up to the left side. This will be caught by Miranda for the final out. But the Yankees score 2 runs to add to their lead. They're up 7-2. Just give me 1 second. All right, I'm back. So now is
Welcome back.
Yankees trivia. So I'm going to copy the question real quick and I will pull it up on the banner. All right. So question A for Yankees trivia is during the 2004 offseason, the Yankees focused on bolstering their rotation. The rotation consisted of Randy Johnson, Kevin Brown, Carl Pavano, free agent signing, Mike Messina, and which former Atlanta Braves pitcher?
Honestly, I don't know. Honestly,
So
I'm stumped.
I will leave that up for the time being. Chat, you could obviously answer.
I hate the fact that every time we've done these so far, I've had to cheat. But I'm genuinely stumped and I want to know. But I also don't want to spoil it for the viewers.
That's what makes it all fun and interesting. Let's see, and then I'll load up the other trivia question, obviously, in the next inning. This one is obviously the next is going to be relating to a Yankee legend, but it's not many that people know. So I'll leave that up there as well.
I think I have the answer now, but I'm not
Okay.
going to say it.
Okay. But it looks like we are back to action as they're showing some Marcus Stroman. Not gonna say highlights, but him getting out of the inning last inning. Very key fourth inning, which allowed the Yankees to add some more insurance runs. Let's see how Stroman rebounds in this inning. Stroman delivers. Pitch is a called strike to Trevor Larnach. Count is 0-1. Stroman 4+ inning. I should say Yankee starters 4+ innings in all 64 games this season. That is the longest streak in Yankee history. So they've gotten some length here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if Stroman only goes 5, maybe goes 6, but get what you can at this point. The 1-1 pitch to Larnach.
Depends how he gets through this inning. You know, if he
Yeah,
gets through this inning quick, I think they send him back out there for another. Really depends on how he's looking because he's kind of been pressing this game. He's kind of been a slog for him. He's kind of struggled to find it, like I've been saying this entire game. So we'll see if he can get it through this inning.
count is 1-2 to Larnach after the foul ball down the right side. Stroman around 65 pitches, which isn't bad. 1-2 count. The pitch, the leg kick from Stroman pitches inside, just missing 2-2. Stroman again from the windup. The pitch is fouled off, so Larnach sticks around. Pitch on the way from Stroman. Pitch is outside, count is full. So after being ahead early in the count is now 3-2. Wells gives Stroman the sign. Count is 3-2. The pitch on the way to Larnach. Outside ball 4, and he's not finished him off. So that will bring up the left-hander Alex Kirilloff, the designated hitter.
Kirilloff was one of the bigger prospects a long time ago.
Interesting. Kirilloff swings and misses through a slider. Actually a cutter. Count is 1-1. Leading off of first is Larnach. Stroman from the stretch delivers the 1-1. Ground to the right side. That is a fair ball down the right side. Soto will have to get it. Larnach rounding third. He's coming home. Now he stops at third. So it is a no-out double here for Kirilloff with 2 runners on.
That was a late call, too, by the umpire at first base.
It was also because he actually had to hurdle over that ball a little bit, but regardless, it was in fair territory. So Aaron Boone will come out. Not sure what he's asking about. I think he's asking about the foul ball, or I should say the fair ball. Not sure it has to do with I don't think it has to do with fan interference. Boone didn't exactly look happy with Quinn Wolcott towards the plate umpire. But regardless, Carlos Correa up at the plate. He homered back in the first inning. This pitch is a high fly ball hit into right field. Soto will make the catch, and that'll let Trevor Larnach tag home, so it's a 7-3 ball game. I'm starting to get the vibe that he's not going to finish, or I should say he's not going to go into the 6th.
Nah, this will be his last inning, and then they'll turn it over to the pen. I can almost guarantee that at this point.
And somebody brought this up on Twitter. It actually was a really good point. The umpire might have kicked the ball fair on accident.
I never noticed that. I'd have to look at it again.
And I think Boone was asking, did it jump off his foot as Kepler hits a high fly ball into left field? This will go foul. Or was it fair?
That's a fair
Looks like
ball.
it was foul. It
No,
was?
that's a fair ball. That's a fair ball. And a run.
And that's a run we'll score. And Judge, I guess, misplayed it. And it looks like Brad Ausmus they're going to say they're not going to challenge it. So make that 7-4 now.
That's 2 borderline calls.
I guess that also comes with Judge's inexperience of playing left field.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure what Judge was doing out there.
He's like, this ball is going to go foul. But it ends up being fair. So bad play there by Judge.
As a pitcher, you got to be very frustrated about that. You know, you get the pop-up you wanted, and your left fielder doesn't play it very well. It's not, so not knocking Aaron Judge, of course. Obviously, we know how valuable he is, but the inexperience in left field, as you mentioned. First time in his career, too, that he's playing left field at Yankee Stadium. Probably didn't know how to play that ball.
So Matt Blake goes down to calm down Stroman. Again, just get 2 more outs. Don't even worry about pitching at 6. Just get the 2 outs. It's not a quality start by any means, but you're getting through the 5th inning. You'll be responsible for the win if the bullpen holds. Ian Hamilton is up in the bullpen for the New York Yankees. As coming to the plate is Willie Castro, who is hitting .252 on the season. Stroman from the stretch at 74 pitches. Pitch on the way. And this one is lined right at Rizzo, chopped right to him. That'll be the second out as he makes that play unassisted, as moving to third is Kepler. So that will now bring up Jose Miranda. First pitch to Miranda from Stroman. Pitch is high. Count is 1-0. Stroman from the stretch, 2 outs here in the top of the fifth. Pitch on the way. Outside, count is 2-0 now. .45 strikes to 32 balls, the ball and strike ratio. .20 pitch to Miranda, and he gets hit right in the back. Miranda's shaken up a little bit.
I think this is the time where you can pull Stroman.
Yep, I
I'm not
agree.
sure if you. I'm not sure. Not sure if you let him face the next guy. I mean, the next guy is Santana as well, who's been swinging good against the Yankees. I'm not sure if you let Stroman face him.
Looks like he might have not just hit him in the back, but probably the side of the ribs. So Miranda will go to first, and it could very well be Stroman's last batter. Yep, right in the back, right by the 6.
Well, now you're turning it over
Will
to the
come out.
bullpen, so now it's up to them to. It's up to them now to make this difference and keep this lead intact. You know, Stroman did his job, but he really struggled in that 5th inning. So let's hope that the bullpen can bail him out.
Stroman knows it. Stroman knows he didn't get the job done to finish off the 5th, but that'll be bringing in Ian Hamilton. So we'll head to commercial. But the answer to this question, just going to pull it up right here, just to add a different banner, is the answer to this question. During the 2004 offseason, the Yankees focused on bolstering the rotation. The rotation consisted of Randy Johnson, Mike Messina, Carl Pavano, free agent signing, and Kevin Brown, which former Braves pitcher. That was Jarrett Wright. So next, I will load up the next question, and that is, Don Mattingly was drafted in which round of the 1979 MLB draft? I will leave this up here for the moment. You guys could guess away. And I can't really give any hints. Let's add that. For some reason, it's not adding. There we go. Again, guys, if you haven't already, hit that like button, subscribe. Do all the good stuff. Share this out to your dog, your cat, your friends, your family. Also, check out Dylan's link. It should be in the description, if not in the chat already, by Alex, his Twitter. Also, check out his articles at Empire Sports Media. Also, subscribe to Nick's
all my stuff
cast.
is also on my Twitter as well, and my Twitter
Yes.
is simply just my name. So, a
Absolutely.
simple search of my name and you'll find it. So that there's another spot you can find everything as well.
Absolutely, and also subscribe to Nick's Cast. I should have a video coming out within the next day or two about whether the Knicks should trade for Larry Markkinen or will they at least attempt to make that trade. But I give my thoughts on that, and also upcoming should be a video should the Knicks trade Julius Randle. But tonight, Marcus Stroman, 4 2/3 innings, 6 hits,
Well,
and 2
you know,
strikeouts.
I will counter your Randall video that's coming up because I did write an article that's on EmpireSportsMedia.com right now. I wrote it the other day about why they shouldn't trade Julius Randle. So maybe it'll be a counter, maybe it'll be in support. I guess we'll find out when your video comes out. But yeah,
Absolutely. Santana takes a call. Strike count is 0-1. Tying run is at the plate. Hamilton from the stretch. Pitch is down in the dirt. Count is 1-1. Apparently, Robert is on the trade block per John Heyman, which
Yep.
is interesting.
There's not really a fit for the Yankees in that situation, but it's
No.
interesting to see what other American League teams go after him.
1-1. Nice little slider going down and on Santana. Count is 1-2. He gets the swing and miss there. Hamilton one pitch away from getting out of the jam. Count is 1-2. Hamilton from the stretch. Runners on the corners. 2 out. The pitch. Chopped foul, so Santana will stick around. Hamilton from the stretch once again. 2 outs. The pitch to the veteran Santana was chopped. It's a base hit into right center field. 1 run will score. Soto will throw the ball in, and it's now 7-5 Yankees.
Hamilton left that slider just about over the plate. Just enough for Santana to get through. He got a ground ball, but he got it through that hole. Left it just over the plate for him to hit it hard enough.
So coming up to the plate now will be the right-hander Kyle Farmer. Pitches inside 1-0. Two outs. Hamilton delivers. Pitches downstairs. Count is 2-0. Two and 0 pitch. And this one's lines right at Cabrera. He'll make the force at second. So 3 runs given up by the Yankees in that inning, 7-5 as we head to the bottom of the 5th. And we'll continue with the question, that being which round of the 1979 MLB draft was Don Mattingly drafted in? Yeah, Stroman didn't exactly have his best outing, Jacob, but apparently, per a stat of one of my former colleagues, pull this up real quick, which is fascinating, which entails to the success that the Yankees rotation has had. Marcus Stroman is the first Yankee pitcher since Road Nestor as in Nestor Cortez on the road, on May 11th to allow more than 3 runs in a start. So Stroman, again, not the greatest outing, but also not the worst. He could have gotten out of that expectedly. So bottom of the 5th, it will be Torres, Wells, and Cabrera. Let's see how my bets are doing too. It says Dylan Luca, should Weaver be an all-star? I don't think so. I'll be honest, I'm not a huge fan of Weaver.
Why are you not a fan of Weaver?
I don't know. I just feel like it's like he almost throws meatballs over the plate. Like he doesn't
I
have
actually
enough
think.
velocity.
I mean, I get that, and I know his velocity isn't good, but I think his stuff has improved a lot than it has in recent years. In recent years he wasn't that good with his stuff, and there's a reason why he's been a journeyman. But I think this year he's really improved in that department. Now, he ain't gonna be an all-star. No, no
No.
way. But I do think he's actually a good pitcher. I think I'll put it this way: he shouldn't be our setup guy right now. That's a problem
Right.
though on the GM front, the
Yeah,
roster construction part, than a Luke Weaver issue. I think Weaver himself
absolutely.
has actually been really good this year, to be honest. I mean, I get why you may be skeptical because, like, he throws a lot of strikes. He doesn't throw hard either, doesn't throw 100, all that stuff. But I think his stuff has been really good this year, actually. It's been pretty sharp. And I think in some outings, he's been kind of like the savior a little bit. There might be,
Yeah,
because the bullpen has
in some
not been,
outings.
the numbers will tell you that the bullpen's been great this year. And, it would be a stretch of me to say it hasn't been great. They've been very good this year. But we know the bullpen's lacking some pieces. We know that the bullpen's lacking some strikeout guys. It's
Yeah,
lacking some
absolutely.
velo guys, all that kind of stuff. It's lacking, right? If Dennis Santana's out there pitching in the eighth inning of games, you're lacking. So, and when I say it though this way, Weaver's done kind of a good job at kind of filling in that kind of quote unquote setup guy slash long relief, because they don't really
Yeah,
have that kind of guy where they don't have like the Dylan Betances when they used to, or
right. Of
the
course.
Andrew Millers of back then, where they came in the game in the eighth inning, you knew they were going to shut down the door or whatever. You knew it was over at that point, even before the ninth inning even started. Yeah, they don't have that guy at the moment, but I think Weaver's done a good job at holding it down in a way. Do I think Weaver has a career as a setup guy? No, absolutely not. I
No,
don't.
absolutely not.
I think his best scenario is long relief and occasionally coming in as like the first guy out of the pen, sixth inning or something like that, which is a good role, though. I think that's a good thing if you have him
Yeah,
coming out
that's
in the
fine.
sixth inning. I think that's good. It's a problem when he's coming out in the eighth inning, but
Yeah.
it's not like he's been getting lit up every single time he's gotten out there.
No,
So
right, right.
I'm gonna come to his defense a little bit, and I think Weaver's done a good job for the role he's been asked to do, because it's a
Yeah,
role he isn't used to pitching in. He's used to being a starting pitcher at that. He's asked now to pitch in the eighth inning of games or in the seventh inning of games. He's done pretty good though. I like what he's done. I don't think he's a long term answer in that bullpen,
right,
but
of course.
I do think for this year he's done a good job. I do.
Tommy Kahnle also hasn't pitched enough games where he has been like, okay, now we could just throw him into a high leverage situation. He's only pitched 5 games
Right,
because he had an injury, so
right, and
he would
they're
be one
obviously
of your high
still.
leverage.
Exactly. He would be the high leverage guy, and you're still missing some guys too. Like, I know Scott Efros is on his way back at some point, but it's not like he's coming back this week. He's still got some time. There's some other guys are missing. I know
Johnny
Jonathan
Lowe's
Loizaga
out.
was in the pen. Jonathan Loizaga was in the pen to start the year. Now he's done for the season. What I'm curious to know though is this: like, Garrett Cole's on his way back. Obviously, Clark Schmidt's out for a while, so right now they'll just stick with the 5-man rotation, and Cole will just, in theory, take Schmidt's spot that was currently being used, right? But
Yeah,
if Schmidt is able to come back at some point this year, now I say if because honestly, I'll put it this way: I'm not so certain Schmidt will be back this year because he's going to
right.
miss a minimum of 8 to 12 weeks. So that's a long time. He very well could miss the rest of the season. I hope he doesn't miss the rest of the season. He's been a very good pitcher. But if he does come back, it's going to be in September, right? We kind of
Yeah,
accept that at this point. So when he comes back, or if he comes back, you know, does one of Schmidt or Nestor just come out of the bullpen the rest of the way and into the postseason? Does one of them become like the long relief guy? An additional weapon to have. And if I were to pick one, it would be Schmidt. Obviously, because
yeah,
the injury will play a factor in one, because it would take a bit to stretch him out to a starter. But we've also seen Schmidt's stuff play well in the bullpen in the past.
yeah,
If we look back
yeah.
at like 2022 and 2021, even, he would come in like the eighth inning, seventh inning, and he had some very good stuff. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, one of those years his ERA was under 2 or very close to under 2. During that, coming out of the bullpen for like the entire year, that's a good option to have if and he's got good stuff. We've seen him work well as a
Right.
starter this year, but his stuff has clearly proven to play very well out of the pen. So maybe they'll have the solution to that pen a little bit. Obviously, I do think that they still need to add at the deadline to the bullpen. I don't
Oh
think
yeah,
they should just be dependent on Schmidt coming back and all that. But at the same time, if you add to the bullpen, and then if Schmidt's able to come back, you have him come out of the pen. I think you got yourself a pretty good bullpen, to be honest. I mean,
yeah.
obviously, I don't think it's the best bullpen I've ever seen. Yankees have had better
Right.
bullpens in the past,
Oh
but
yeah,
when you
definitely.
have Clay Holmes as your closer, who's been very good this year, and all that other good stuff, I think you're in good shape. I do. I think you'll be in good shape.
Yeah. So we got two runners in the corners. Wells actually got a single up the middle, and Cabrera moved him over with a single of his own. So runners in the corners. Grissom hits a high fly ball in the right center field. Now, this will be caught by Kepler, moving Wells to the plate, and now the Yankees have now an 8-5 lead. So the bottom of the order not doing too shabby of a job.
Yeah, each one of them has gotten a hit, and Trent Grisham with 3 RBIs.
So an NBA update real quick. The Celtics are on top of the Mavericks, I believe 37-20 right now.
Yeah, I have the game playing on my phone. I haven't been able to obviously pay much attention to it because
Right.
we're doing the stream, but I am peeping the score, and it's gonna be tough to beat that Celtics team. It's gonna be tough,
It will.
but
It
it's a
will.
7-game series, a long series. So
All right. So what's up to Armand? He says, "Hey all, what's up? Hope all is well." Jacob also makes mention of your point. 29 games in 2022, 3 games started, a 3.12 ERA. Again, that's not too shabby. It's not too shabby. Here is Volpe with a 0-1 count. Juan Soto again on deck. Again, it's such a dangerous option for any pitcher to walk Soto because Judge is just standing right behind him.
how would you feel as a pitcher when you have to face, the first 3 guys in that order, the pesky Volpe, just fighting through at bats, making good decisions, and getting on base. Then you have Soto, and then who's that behind him? Aaron Judge. Like,
Yep.
I mean, that's just insane.
Cabrera leads off first with the 0-2 count to Volpe. The pitch. Volpe fouls this one off. So the count remains at 0-2. 2 outs, runner on first. Sands delivers to Volpe, and he swings right through a fastball to get the out. But the Yankees do score a run. We head to the top of the 6th. It is 8-5 Yankees. So now for the answer to the Yankees trivia is what round was Don Mattingly drafted in the 1979 MLB draft? The answer is the 19th round. So that is your answer for that. What's up? Jacob says, all right, fellas, got work in the early morning. Greatest stream as always. Yeah, shouts to you, Jacob. Loyal supporter of the channel. Get some rest, bro. Great seeing you once again. Hope all is well, as I say. But Armin says,
I do
I'm
want to
reading
highlight
it.
this from the before we get to this. I want to highlight from that
Sure.
finals game real quick. Kristaps Porzingis had 11 points in the first quarter, and this is his first game in over a month, and he had 3 blocks as well.
He's taking revenge against his former team.
Anyways, we can get to this now.
Yeah.
About the Luis Roberts stuff.
It's a good note, Ron, nonetheless. But Armin says, I'm reading John Heyman's players' chances being dealt at the deadline. The first player he speaks of is Luis Robert, and the White Sox are actively seeking packages. It's just like the White Sox are on a road to nowhere. That's what I got to say. They're on a road to nowhere. So, real quick, I'm going to pull this up as well. We're going to do an immaculate
I didn't realize my
grid.
mic was muted, but if you hear some stuff that the White Sox players have been saying, that clubhouse is broken. It's a broken clubhouse.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
It's interesting, definitely. But here's the immaculate grid. Obviously, we'll get back to the game in a second when it comes back. But the categories are All-Star, played shortstop, played outfield, White Sox, Cubs, and played in the major Negro Leagues. So let me think. I'm not sure if Corey Patterson was an All-Star for the Cubs. Or I think it's
rain
or
delay. Rain delay in the Yankee game.
Really?
The tarp is coming out.
Oh boy. And also real quick, it's also an official game, so
Yep.
if they want, they could obviously give the Yankees the win. But again, so we have obviously now more time for the immaculate grid. Armin also says, according to Heyman, the White Sox are shopping Robert, as he said, Eric Fetty, and Garrett Crochet, who is actually once a reliever, now transformed into a starter. Let's see. All right, so let me think. All-Star Cubs. I don't think Kenny Lofton was an all-star for the Cubs. Six-time all-star. Let me think. Mark Pryor, I think, was an all-star, but I'll just leave that out regardless. Once again, folks, there is a rain delay in the Yankee game, so the tarp is out. Ernie Banks, yes, but that would be kind of obvious. That's the goal here for the Immaculate Grid is you want to guess the most obscure player as possible. I'm not going to say Aramis Ramirez. He was with the team for quite a while. Let me throw this one in there for the Cubs. Alex S. Gonzalez.
I got one for the White
3%.
Sox.
Okay.
For the All-Star one, Alexi Ramirez.
Okay. I like that guess.
I
He's
I
not
I, I,
exact.
Go- I googled to make sure that he was an All-Star, but I did think of it first before I googled it, so I didn't
Yeah.
cheat. I just wanted to confirm that he was an All-Star.
So the Cubs All-Star. I'm trying to think of the mid-2000s as well. Angel Pagan was not an All-Star. I don't think Giovanni Soto was either.
Was Addison Russell was an All-Star for the Cubs, but I don't know how obvious that'll be.
Let's throw that in there. Soto was an All-Star, but let's throw Addison Russell. 2%, not bad.
2%, yeah.
So we have played shortstop for the White Sox a minimum of a game and played outfield for a minimum of a game. Okay. Let me see if this is a good guess. Baseball reference. Let's see if this works. This guy played for the White Sox for about 3 years. Well, he was a 4. No. Trying to think of utility players who played for the White Sox. Maybe Josh Harrison did because he's been around.
Try that. See if it would be that obvious.
Josh Harrison. 0.2%.
0.2.
Okay.
No.
Now outfield for a minimum of a game. Let's go Lurie Garcia. 0.3%. And the Cubs played outfield for a minimum of a game. I'm trying to think of a really obscure Cubs outfielder. I think there's Arizmendi Alcantara.
Yeah, probably. There's somebody I'm thinking of, but I want to see if he actually played the outfield for them in the game.
Sean Dunston. That's an interesting one. Heyman's list in this letter also includes Mason Miller, who the Yankee fans have been not slobbering over for, but very interested in. Jesus
Yeah, the
Luzardo.
guy I thought about's never played in the outfield, so scratch my thought.
Damn. Jesus Luzardo, Tyler Anderson, Jazz Chisholm, Pete Alonso, Kenley Jansen, and Tyler O'Neill. Remember I don't know if he's still among the leaderboard. I remember when Tyler O'Neill was leading baseball in home runs. Now that has gone to
Yeah.
Aaron Judge since.
How about the Red Sox this year have been a little bit of a surprise. I mean, they haven't been like crazy good, but they've been solid. They haven't been as bad as I thought they were going to end up being so far. Obviously, things could change very quickly,
It's
but
the Blue Jays who are the ones that are declining.
yeah.
Yeah, it's the Blue Jays that are the ones the Red Sox are actually tied with the race for third, but again, the Blue Jays are the ones in fifth. And the Royals, I didn't even know this. They're actually in second place now ahead of the Twins. And they have, I think I'm reading this correctly via statistic. They have the fourth best run differential, I think, the fourth or fifth best run differential in the American League is the Royals. And they've been winners of one in a row. But playing in Negro Leagues. I mean, Jackie Robinson's All-Star in Negro Leagues is kind of an obvious. See Josh Gibson. 13%. I'm just gonna go right through here, honestly, because I don't know any shortstop that played in the Negro Leagues. So I'll be honest. So let's see. There's 500 possible answers. And yeah, there's not many that I could have answered. But regardless, let me see if we can find something else to do during this little break. Let's see. My MLB page crashed for a second. Let's see here. I think I'm gonna pull up the. Let's pull up the Sporkle game. Let's have a little fun during this rain delay. Let's pull this up right here. Share my screen as well. And this again, this is trivia. Obviously, it's a little more time. So, anyways, let me just click off my ad blocker real quick. And here we go. So, All Stars traded by the Yankees 1998 to the present day. So, can you name the players traded by the Yankees who became All Stars on other teams since Brian Cashman became GM in 1998? There's 17 of them, and we have to answer them in 12 minutes. I think we could get this done. Let's see. Let's close this out. Close that one out too. So, anyways, All Star. Let's go with
Sonny Gray.
absolutely Sonny Gray. Number we got on 2019 traded to the Reds. Let's go with Andrew Miller. Let's see if we're old. I mean Chapman, maybe. No, not Chapman. Randy Johnson. No, actually no.
Wasn't Starling Castro a part of the Stanton trade? Because I'm looking at the Marlins one, but I'm trying to think if
Yes,
he was actually. But I'm
he
trying to think
was.
if he was an All Star with the Marlins. If he was, yeah.
I don't think he was, unfortunately. But
Looks like he wasn't. Looks like he wasn't.
let's
I
see.
my
Let me see
memory's
real quick.
foggy, so
Let's
I'm
see if
trying to
Ichiro
remember.
was. No
Nah, I don't think
Ichiro.
he was.
Okay.
No.
We got David Wells. My screen's being slow for whatever reason, but Wells makes the cut. To 07 traded to the Nationals. Let's see. 04 to the White Sox. Okay, we can answer El Duque. I think. Positive. Damn him. Hernandez. Nope, no El Duque. So we got 10 minutes, about 34 seconds. So, again, all stars that have been traded by the Yankees to be an all star on another team.
I'm trying to think of
Just delete this tab real quick.
any of these really, but who was traded in 02 and became David Justice for the A's one? I don't know. It can't hurt to try. I'm just trying to think.
I know.
No, looks like it wasn't.
Unfortunately, not.
What about the diamond? What about the Diamondbacks one?
Because that has to be the Randy Johnson trade. Let me see something real quick. Johnson. No, I was gonna see like Nick Johnson if he was an ad. Let's see. 2012 traded to the Pirates. Damn, I can't believe I'm missing on all of these. Let's see.
I know, right? Like,
Berkman, no. 99 traded to the Marlins. 02 to the Athletics. 03 to the Padres. No. Let's see. Randy Cho. Let's see about Ted Lilly. Okay, Ted Lilly to the Athletics in 2002. Okay. 05 to the D-backs. 04. 2017 to the Marlins. Who did we trade to the Marlins? Wait, I think I know the answer.
it was the Stanton trade, but that was Garrett Cooper.
Was it? Garrett Cooper. So the question is Jets mess. We got about 8:57 to go. There's 17 players. We've answered 5 of them. All-Stars traded by the Yankees since 1998. 1998. Can you name the players traded by the Yankees who became All-Stars on other teams since Brian Cashman became GM in 98? 07 to the Nationals. I can't figure that out. Let's see this. Tyler Clippard. How about that? Traded to the Nationals, become an all-star there. 2009. Who did the Yankees trade to the Braves in 2009? Also 2010 as well. Jimmy Paredes was not the one traded to the Astros. 2014 to the Twins as well. I think Phil Hughes. Nope, he was not in that conversation. It's going to be one of those scenarios, Dylan, where we're going to completely give up at eventually, and I'm going to be pissed off that I missed some of these. But also, I have an
Yep,
answer,
pretty
and that
much.
is Alfonso Soriano in 2004 to the Texas Rangers in the A-Rod deal. Oh, let's see. I don't want to look up who Esteban Loaiza was traded for because he was traded from the White Sox to the Yankees. I just don't know what they gave up in return. 03 Mariners, 03 Padres. I'm trying to think also pitchers from the rotation. Clemens was not traded. Oof. Let's see. Mark Melanson. See if that's an answer. Yes, traded to the Astros. Mark Melanson. Melky to the Braves. Let's see if Armand is correct. Melky Cabrera after 2009. Armand is correct. Pirates in 2012. Twins in 2014. Again, it's already a success that we already got half of these, or at least most of the half. Oh, again, I'm trying to figure out because it was like a big player trade. Multiple players were trading that Randy Johnson deal. I know one of them was Javier Vasquez, and he was an all-star with the Yankees in 2004. Let me see if I don't think John Lieber's not a part of that convo. Indians as well. You know what? Let me see this. Jake Westbrook in 2000 traded to the Cleveland Indians for David Justice. Westbrook would be a starter with the Cardinals and the Cleveland Guardians. Let's see as well. If I'm also thinking Eduardo Nunez to the Twins, I don't think he was an all-star. He was never an all-star. I could be wrong though. Yeah, I'm wrong. How was Eduardo Nunez ever an all-star is beyond me. But thank you, Armin, for the answer. Let's see. 03 Mariners. Again, I'm thinking of possibly who could be traded. 90, who could have? I'm trying to. Oh wait, you know what? I got one of them. Mike Lowell traded to the Florida Marlins, ended up winning a championship with the Red Sox and Marlins collectively. 03 to the Padres, who would eventually become a Padres All-Star that I don't know. Also 05. I just don't know how Eduardo Nunez was ever an All-Star.
No, I can't believe that either. I forgot it. Like, I remember there was a year Eduardo Nunez was pretty solid, but I don't remember him making the All-Star team that same year. Like,
no Brett Prince, no Randy Cho.
It's the early 2000s ones that are tripping me because like I wasn't around for a lot of that. You know what I mean? Like
neither was I.
I was born in 2002. I mean, I was not around for a lot of those older ones, so it's like confusing.
And also as well, like, that 2012 is stumping me because I know in 2012 we traded. Let me see if this guy was an all-star. No, he's not. We traded for Casey McGee from the Pirates, and I don't know who we gave up, but it was a pretty minor trade, so I can't exactly, say on the record. Rondell White to the Padres. I forgot he was a Yankee. Rondell White. Good job, Armin. So we got 4 minutes to play. We also have another trivia for the Yankees coming up. Hopefully it's much easier.
I do wonder what's going to happen with the rest of this game. I wonder if they play it out or not. I am curious to know what they're going to do. Still haven't heard many updates. I didn't even think they were going to go into a rain delay.
I knew it was muggy around here today, but I didn't. I thought there was going to be rain. But
see, as somebody that's living in Florida, I wasn't paying attention to the New York weather. So
yeah, but originally, what was I going to say? It was muggy around here like this afternoon. I thought it would affect the start of the game, not so much the middle of the game. But Armin says Dylan's making me feel old. I was in high school in 2002.
Oh my.
Let's see.
Yeah, man. I'm only 21, man. I ain't trying to make
I
people
think I'm
feel
gonna.
old, but man.
You know what? For the sake of argument, because we have another quiz, hopefully is easier. Let's find out these rest of the four answers. So 2003 was Armando Benitez traded to the Seattle
AJ
Mariners.
Burnett. Oh, how did I not think of
Oof!
that? Oh,
Damn
I'm
it!
kicking myself for that
That's
one.
that's 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 gonna bite.
And I
Oh,
forgot that the Yankees had Deanna Navarro too, because I remember
he was a
I
prospect, I think. He
yeah,
was a
he
young
was at
player
the
with the
time. He
Yankees and the
was a
minors.
prospect, and I remember he was good in Toronto, good in Arizona. Those are two I'm
He was
kicking
also
myself for.
with the Dodgers, I think, as well. Jose Contreras was once a Yankee traded to the '04 White Sox, and I think he
Also,
ended up winning a
just an
World
update on
Series.
the finals game going on. The Celtics are up by 26.
Jesus.
It's ugly. I haven't been able to fully pay attention, but the moments I've looked down at my phone, it's been ugly.
I got to see if
And the
Jaden
Mav,
Hardy surpassed that
The
points
Mavs just
threshold.
turned the ball over again, so it's bad. It is bad.
So the next one is can you name the top New York Yankee top prospect since 2002 according to Baseball America? So just give me 1 second. I just want to check something out real quick. Okay, Jaden Hardy only 2 points. That's not helping me at all. Regardless, let's get to it. So we have they have the positions as well, which helps. 02, 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 29, 2009, 2010, 2011. So if I'm going with my first guess, we have 10 minutes to do this.
Was
Jesus
Jesus Montero
Montero.
one? Oh my! We said it at the same time.
2 times. 2 times.
We said it at the same time. I literally said, "Was Jesus Montero top prospect?" You were like, "Jesus Montero." I was like, "Oh, there you go." Okay.
Let's go with Deanna Navarro, 2004.
We got the catchers.
2006. Yeah, we got the catchers. Phil Hughes. Let's see if he's won. Yes, twice. So we're 5 out of 10, halfway there. We
We had an
also,
outfield prospect in 09. Who was that?
let's see, Chad Gardner was not one of them. Uh, Not Brett Gardner. Let's go with Austin Jackson.
I was
Yep.
about to say that. Oh my! We literally thought the same thing. I was literally about to say. I just didn't want to interrupt you, but I was literally gonna say like, oh, was Austin Jackson the top prospect? Because I know he was a part of the Granderson trade.
Yes, he was. Phil Hughes, we did say that. Armand was saying that Benitez was traded for Jeff Nelson. Yeah, second tenure with Jeff Nelson, but Austin Jackson, 0-2 at third base. Who could have been a prospect? 0-2 third base, but I'm going to go by recent memory. A pitcher, a right-handed pitcher. Let's see what Brian Bruni brings out. Nope, it's not Bruni. Damn. So let me see this. Shelly Duncan. Yep, 2005. Actually,
It was
Eric
Eric
Duncan.
Duncan.
Let me see something real quick. Yeah, Eric Duncan ended up becoming nothing. So that was a prospect that became a bust quickly. 2003, a right-handed pitcher. Let me see. Because the Yankees used a lot of veterans at this time. There wasn't a ton of young talent with the pitchers during 03, 04. I don't think Contreras was a part of it. Yes, he was. 2003. 02 and 2008. Let's see. Enrique Wilson was a veteran, so that's a no. Let's see. Drew Henson in 2008, Jabba Chamberlain. So let's see if you guys are right. Jabba Chamberlain, Drew Henson. So that completes it. I'm going to try to find another quiz to keep our brains going during this rain delay. Let's see. MLB popular randomized MLB quiz. I want to see if they can do this by team. Unfortunately, it can't. Let me try to find. You know what? We'll do a random MLB quiz. We'll just do it for general MLB. Let's see. How about this one? Here is the next one. 2013 MLB players who played in the 1990s.
That should be an interesting one.
All right, so this is we got 44 of these players with 10 minutes to play. So I'll start off. 1999, he was a DH with the Houston Astros and became a Yankee, a Cardinal, and a Ranger. That answer is Lance Berkman. We also got Octavio Dotel, Octavio Dotel is correct. We've got Yankees, a catcher with the Chicago Cubs in 1999. Didn't know he played for them. Also, the Angels, the Yankees, the Blue Jays, and the Rays. That answer is Jose Molina. We also got 1999. I'm going to say Francisco Rodriguez. I could be wrong, though. Alex Rodriguez, actually. That makes sense. Starting pitcher we got Andy Pettit. Okay. Outfielder, Yankees. Seattle,
Alfonso
96.
Soriano.
Yes.
Soriano was one.
I'm looking at this one. Let's see. Jason Giambi is one. You also got an outfielder. This would be 2012 as well. Interesting. Raul Ibanez. Third baseman for the Los Angeles Angels, 98 to 04, 05 to 2010. Nah, it's actually not the Angels. It was the Dodgers. That answer is Adrian Beltre.
Yep.
Carlos Beltran is also a very good guess. He'll fit in here somewhere. Also got Mariano Rivera and Derek Jeter, the two obvious Yankee ones. We've got LaTroy Hawkins, who was the Yes Network's named that Yankee. Johnny, as Alex was saying, Johnny Damon. The answer, no, he's not in there, surprisingly. But anyways, starting pitcher, we got Tim Hudson, formerly of the Oakland Athletics and Atlanta Braves. Seattle, Chicago, Philly, Detroit, Yankees, and Baltimore, starting pitcher. We also got Scott Rowland, I think. Might have been a player. No, he was not.
Dude, I had a player, but it missed the cutoff by 1 year. It was Jamie Moyer.
Who was that player?
Jamie Moyer. But he retired in 2012. So by 1 year.
Who is that player? All right, third baseman I'm looking at right now. You also have A.J. Pierzynski, who is now featured on Foul Territory. Shortstop, Cleveland, Detroit, Toronto, Arizona, and Pittsburgh. I don't think it's Omar Vizquel. Let me see if Carlos Guillen makes the cut. No, he does not. Let me see if there's a Santiago in there.
Oh, Roy Halladay is one of them.
That's right, Roy Halladay. Let's see. Infielder for 8 teams, including the Braves, 98 to 04. Andrew Jones, I'm pretty sure, was not playing at this point, but I could be wrong. I'm right.
Was Omar Vizquel still playing?
He might have been. Nope, he was not.
No.
I think he retired. I think he's that same cutoff.
2012. 2000.
Yep.
I just looked. Damn, that's twice.
All right. So another one is former Yankee Vernon Wells.
That's a good one. Yep.
Let's see. Freddie Garcia also makes the cut. See on Twitter if they have any updates regarding the weather.
And an update on the Celtics, they're up by 25 with about 2 minutes left in the half. Make that 28 because Kristaps Porzingis can't miss. He just pulled it from the logo. Oh, my goodness.
Let's see.
I got a player. Was Todd Helton playing still in 2013?
I think for one season.
If he was, it counts, right?
Yes.
He was.
First baseman for the Rockies. We also have Paul Konerko.
Yep.
Now starting
David
pitcher for the
Ortiz. David Ortiz.
Ortiz and Ramon Ortiz as well, the veteran right-handed pitcher.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out shortstop 99, his first season. It was the Cleveland Indians for 95 to 04, 99 to 04, excuse me. Detroit 05, Toronto 05 to 11. Was it John McDonald? No, it doesn't look like it'll be that way. Yes, it was. It was John McDonald. Starting pitcher, we also have A.J. Burnett.
Was Kerry Wood? No, Kerry Wood wasn't still pitching, was he? Nah, I don't think
No.
so.
Catcher, we also got Ramon Hernandez. We have also Aramis Ramirez.
Was Edgar Renteria still playing?
He had to have been. Nope, he was not.
No. Wow, a little shocked by that one.
Eric Chavez, former Yankee. We got Bruce Chen, I believe, as well. 98 to 04. Outfielder for 10 teams, including the Baltimore Orioles. I'm trying to figure that out as well. I don't think Eric Burns is a part of this equation. No, he's not. We got Torrey Hunter, former Twin, Angel, and Tiger. Shortstop and third baseman with the A's. That's interesting. We got 97-04. We also have Derek Lowe, I think. Yep, Derek Lowe works. Papelbon was not a part of this as well. 98 to 02, then traded to the Reds, then traded to the Cubs.
Was Miguel Tejada still playing?
Yep, he was with the
He was.
Oakland Athletics, 97-03. Starting pitcher 02, 03. See if there's. I'm just going to look up for Random Nate Johnson. Nope. Okay. Let me see if Paul Baco wasn't playing that long. No. Trying to figure out. I don't think CC. Yeah, he didn't debut until 2001. This one's interesting.
Bartolo Colon.
Bartolo Colon. It has to be there. Yes. Yep.
Gotta be.
Yep. I wish my screen was not being slow. There we go. Bartolo. This third baseman one with the Cardinals is stumping me just a little bit. I think that's David Bell wasn't playing that long. It's Placido Polanco. And then shortstop, Alex Gonzalez. So we have 10 more with 3:13 to play. Six teams. This Dodgers started out in 2010. Let me see if Brad Penny's available. No, he's not. Josh Beckett has to be in here somewhere. No, he's not. Let me see. Fielder 8 teams, including 90 to 04 with the. See if Adam LaRoche is in here.
I was thinking about that one.
And he was not, interestingly enough. See Mark DeRosa. I don't think he was playing that long. I could be very wrong, though.
What about Eric Karros?
Oh, DeRosa's in there. Eric Karros, but I don't think he was playing into 2013.
I'm not sure if he was either, but it's just worth a shot. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to throw something. Starting pitcher for the Blue Jays, 97-02. It can't be Adam. Wait. I think I know. Chris Carpenter. Yep, Chris Carpenter is one of them. We got about 8 more. Let me see if there's any chat suggestions. Let's see. Hideo Nomo. I don't think he lasts that long. Derek Lee, no. What's up, Messersmith Sooners fan, Rangers, Yankees, and Knicks as well? Huh. Close out my Twitter tab as well. He pitched. Oh, the infamous A-Rod hit by pitch, Ryan Dempster.
Good one. Did John Lackey pitch in the 90s? Like late 90s, like 99?
Let's check that
I
out.
doubt it. I doubt it, but it's a name that I'm thinking.
Nope.
No, didn't think so. My memory's foggy on some of these guys, so it's like, did they pitch then?
Let's go with next one, Darren Oliver. He's got to be there. I think. Now my screen's slow. Oh, Darren Oliver was in there. Let me see if Arthur Rhodes was as well. He was not. So we have a relief pitcher with the Rockies, 96 to 99, 04 to 05. And now time is rung up. So the remaining answers, Ted Lilly, former Yankee, Kyle Farnsworth, former Yankee,
Jerry
Hairston
Hairston.
Jr., former Yankee, Jamie Wright, Henry Blanco, and Mark Kotze.
I should have gotten Hairston. I should have definitely gotten
Yeah, I
him.
think we could have gotten him, but we had 86%, which was about 34% above the average score.
Oh, jeez.
What's up to you, Kyle? David Wells did not play until 2013, but hope all is well with you, Yankee Kyle. I'm going to try to find another quiz that could be interesting. This week in baseball history, John Jacoby. Yeah, why is my screen being so slow? I have no clue, but we're still waiting on this rain delay. I have not seen any update via Twitter regarding the weather. Again, we know how MLB likes to play these out a little bit, a little more than necessary sometimes.
Definitely. And the finals is at halftime right now, so we can't comment on that really, other than the Celtics are just destroying the Mavericks right now. So Porzingis has 18 points at halftime.
Yeah, he's shown no rust, as it seems.
He's got fresh legs. He sat out for a month, came back in the finals, and now he's already hooping.
Damn, this page is really being slow. Just put my notes page. Again, guys, if you've hung with us for this long, subscribe to the YouTube channel Big Blue in the Bronx. Also, check out Dylan's links on Twitter, Dylan Backer on X. Also, he works for Empire Sports Media. His article links are there. How long? What's up to Matt N17? He says, how long does it usually take before a game is called?
I would say at this stage it would be like about an hour to an hour and a half before they would call it.
Yeah. Plus, the game's already official. Again, it's just a matter of looking at the forecast and seeing what's what.
Yeah, because if the rain's gonna like stop, then they could eventually resume it.
Also, subscribe to Nick's Cast as well and all the others in the links in the description. I'm trying to have my first video out as well. Let's see. So you're going to find an interesting quiz. Baseball.
And while we're still in delay, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna go put something
Gotcha,
away.
gotcha.
So
All
I
good.
will be back momentarily.
Absolutely. Again, folks, as I said earlier, please subscribe to Nick's Cast as well. But we're just waiting on the word for this rain delay. You know how most MLB fans know how they play these out. But we're just trying to keep y'all entertained through this rain delay. I really wish they based these by team as well, these quizzes. Let's see. Okay, got another one. I think we'll throw this in there as well. Yankees with 20 home runs. I'll wait for Dylan to get back on this one because I think he'll have plenty of answers for this. This is since the year 1950. Again, also, guys, if you feel free to let us know if there are any updates via Twitter to see if there's an update on this rain delay. As they're showing an interview on Yes with Tommy Canley and Meredith Marakovitz. Again, still in rain delay, no updates as of yet via MLB or the Yankees PR. And this game was going by slow a little bit. Obviously Marcus Stroman with struggling a little bit towards the fifth inning. Then the game started to slow down. It was around 8:52, and that's when the rain started after the bottom of the fifth inning. Again, this is an official game, so they can call it whenever they want. But also, I'm just going to read you guys some scores across the MLB. So all tonight, obviously, the Dodgers are up over the Pirates 11-7 in the bottom of the ninth, playing against Pittsburgh. The Chicago Cubs have just lost to the Cincinnati Reds 8-4 in Cincinnati. The Colorado Rockies are playing on the road in St. Louis to face on the Cardinals. The Rockies are up 3-0 at the moment. The Boston Red Sox are playing the Chicago White Sox, and the Red Sox currently have a no-hitter in the top of the sixth. They're up 11-0. The West Coast stretch has gotten started with the Arizona Diamondbacks playing on the road against the San Diego Padres. That scores 0-0 with a runner on third and one out for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Speaking of our division as well, the Toronto Blue Jays are up 6-5, have won 6-5 over the Baltimore Orioles in Toronto. The Kansas City Royals beat the Cleveland Guardians 4-3 in Cleveland. The Seattle Mariners beat the Oakland Athletics 3-0. With former Yankee J.P. Sears getting the loss in Oakland. The Atlanta Braves also beat the Washington Nationals by a score of 5-2 in Washington, and that's been pretty much what's been going on across MLB. Yeah, Gary Sanchez is going to end up being one or maybe multiple of the answers. This is probably a case of this. Oh, this is actually from 1950 to 2011, so this is not going to include Gary Sanchez likely, although we could probably name plenty of hitters. There's about 50 answers, but it's likely that it's not single digits in terms of those answers. But trying to see what they're doing with Yes Network real quick because they have some people moving around the tarp, I guess, but nothing major is happening at the moment.
I am
But
back.
Dylan, we do have a Yankee quiz that we should be able to get most, if not all, the answers. Yankees with 20 home runs, at least in a season from 1950 to 2011.
Oh, this should be an interesting one. Well, we can start off with the easy ones like your A-Rods and your
Jeter, Posada,
Jeters, Posadas. Curtis Granderson should be there too.
Granderson, Cano,
Teixeira.
Rodriguez, Teixeira. You also got Nick Swisher as well. 2009 outfield, Johnny Damon.
Reggie Jackson.
Jackson as well. And let me also make mention of this, folks. As I'm seeing the yes screen, looks like they're pulling off the tarp here.
Good.
So
Looks
we
like we
could
can
be
get
back
back to
for
the
some
Yankees
MLB
soon.
action. We also got Jason Giambi. Let's see.
Did Bernie Williams do it? I'm sure he did one year,
Oh,
right?
yeah. Bernie Williams in 2004. We've also got Robin Ventura, Alfonso Soriano, Tino, Scott Brocious. Brocious actually never did it, surprisingly. Shane Spencer, actually Jim Spencer, David Justice, Paul O'Neill. What do you think? 2009 outfield. It wasn't Brett Gardner. I don't think it was Melky Cabrera either. I could be wrong. What am I missing in that outfield?
That's what I'm trying to think too.
Because it was Swisher, Damon, Brett Gardner as well, but he didn't hit 20 homers at that point.
No. Who was it?
Thurman Munson. Just in going back to the 70s, you also got Roy White, Reggie Jackson, as you mentioned, Bucky Dent, he was not there. Mantle, Maris. Trying to think of some other ones as well, obviously. Bobby Mercer. Let me see if he was there. He was. Jack Clark. Mattingly. Jesse Barfield. Ricky Henderson. Mel Hall was not one of them. Ricky Leday was not. Ibanez, I don't think he was not a part of that conversation. He was not a Yankee in '09. Mel Hall was not there either. Greg Nettles is a good answer as well. Shortstop in '82. Could have played there. Now this is starting to get a little tough.
No, it's definitely getting tough.
2005, Gary Sheffield.
Who was the other '09 outfielder that we're missing? Who hit 28 home runs that year?
Also 98 as well.
Yeah.
Oh, Matsui.
Oh.
I don't know how I didn't
So
think of that.
it's because we're used to him being DH.
Yeah. So let's see, 98 outfield, 93 outfield as well. I don't think Roberto Kelly was. Yep, Roberto Kelly was in that conversation.
Let me grab something real quick.
Absolutely. Mel Hall. Again, folks, let's also get to 25 likes as well. The NL has 4 teams with a record of 500 or better. And 4 of the AL teams, AL Central teams, actually have records of 500 or better. To put it simple, the NL is trash. You know, you could be right, Jetsman Smith. Chili Davis has to be in that conversation. And he's not, actually, surprisingly. Very surprised Chili Davis is not in that conversation. This guy was an outfielder. I mean, I remember being Bernie, Shane Spencer for a good portion of the season, and Paul O'Neill. Not that I was alive, but I just know my Yankee history. Tino, yep, we already put Tino down. Tim Raines was not there, surprisingly. Era. Yogi Berra, obviously, in 1961. That was a good one. Elston Howard, I'm sure, is in that conversation as well.
Yep.
As they're looking at Garrett Cole's first rehab start on Tuesday, 5 strikeouts, 3 1/3 innings, 2 hits, and 45 pitches. So hopefully, all signs pointing up for the Yankee ace. Ooh, I think I know what it was. Strawberry.
Yep.
So I'm trying to get a gauge. It looks like looks like there might be a grounds crew member going out to the mound. No players on the field yet. So at least they pulled the tarp off is a good sign. But no players have came on the field yet. It usually takes about 25 minutes for that to happen. I wonder if they have an estimated first restart. Seems that they don't. That's what happens with these rain delays. They just drag.
Yep.
But just looking back at the real quick, a non-baseball note, looking back at that Porzingis trade, not from the Knicks perspective, but the Celtics Mavericks, Celtics Wizards perspective, 2 picks and Marcus Smart, all needed to all that's always needed to trade Porzingis. And he's been such an instrumental part of their success.
Oh yeah, big time. Currently, it's an 18-point game, so Dallas trying to chip away, trying to get back into it.
Read out the year and position, hard to read. Well, the list ended anyway, but I will include the ones that we missed, and I think we'll stop it for right there. Joe DiMaggio, how did I miss that?
Yeah, right.
93 Mike Stanley, 93 outfield Danny Tartabull, 92 catcher Matt Noakes, 91 first baseman Kevin Moss, Dave Winfield. I don't know how I missed that. Same thing with Don Baylor,
Bobby Bonds too.
Bobby Bonds, Mike Pagliarulo, Roy Smalley, should I say, Joe Pepitone, Tom Tresh, Bill Scourin, Johnny Blanchard. I don't know how. Again, I don't know how we missed DiMaggio or Mize, but
right. Sometimes we just don't think of it, I guess.
Yeah, we always think of the recency players, but I'm gonna pull up the MLB graphic real quick. Yeah, as looks like Victor Gonzalez is warming up at the Yankee bullpen for right now. So again, we're just waiting for players to head onto the field, and nobody has done that yet. Doncic 8 for 17, but I've heard he's been dreadful on both ends of the floor.
Yeah, I haven't been able to pay much attention to the game since we're doing this stream, but it seems as though Dallas's defense has been getting shredded. So there's only much you could do when Porzingis is shooting the lights out, but at the same time, you got to game plan it better. Dallas has cut the lead to 16, and there's still 7 minutes left in the third. So I mean, it's not over.
Anything's possible.
We've seen crazier things happen with the Knicks.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So
especially what was I going to say? The big comeback win they had. The big comeback win they had against the Kings.
Yep, and even in the playoffs this year, Game 2 of the Philly series, when they were down like 6 with 20 seconds left or something like that, and then got the turnover and won the game. Like, that was even crazier.
Just so much anticipation. Like again, these rain delays. I hate that these rain delays drag so much, but again, it's a process. Got to make sure the field is ready and all that.
Yep, it's part of it.
Again, folks, if you're new here, hit that like button, subscribe to all the good stuff. I know it's been a long ass rain delay, but we're just waiting for action to be back, and then we'll be live back calling the game.
Yeah, it's tough when we have these rain delays. You have no idea when it's gonna end.
Looks like the umpires are meeting at home plate at the moment, but nothing official has happened where players are back onto the field. Looks like some players are starting to walk out. Maybe it's just for stretches and all. And that's what seems what it's like. So it looks like it's Verdugo and Judge walking out. I think that was Verdugo, if I'm not mistaken. Victor Gonzalez and Austin Wells are coming in from the bullpen. Judge having a catch. Again, they haven't exactly given a start time for the estimated start time for the game restart. Looks like Volpe's back out at short. Judge is back out in right field. Trent Grisham is back out in center throwing some warm ups.
Well, on my MLB.TV, they just threw the game back on, and usually what that means is that the rain delay is about to be over.
Yep, Victor Gonzalez's numbers on the season 2-1 with a 3.24 ERA.
And also
Verdugo is back.
worth noting,
But
yeah, Verdugo's in the game. Verdugo's in the game
yep,
now.
Aaron Judge takes over in right field. Maybe they were just I think the one play that probably like got to them, I guess, was the left field play where Judge let that ball bounce in fair territory. But
So did Verdugo come in for Soto? So is Soto done?
Yep.
Interesting. Maybe they just don't want to run him out there after a long
Yeah.
delay.
So Aaron Boone making the proper changes to his lineup card. So Verdugo comes in. He'll be batting second for Soto. Christian Vasquez will be coming to the plate once the warm-ups are finished. All right, so Christian Vasquez is digging in First batter, first inning after the rain delay. So he's 1 for 2 with a solo home run in the third, hitting 171 on the season. Gonzalez's first pitch in relief is a called strike. Count is 0-1. From the stretches, Gonzalez, the 0-1 pitch on the way. And Vasquez hits this one a high fly ball into center field. Right center, there is Grissom to make the catch. First out. Warming up in the bullpen right now is Alcala for the Minnesota Twins. That being Jorge Alcala. So Manuel Margot will now pinch hit for the Minnesota Twins. Pinch hitting for Trevor Larnach. From the stretches, Gonzalez. The pitch. In there for a called strike. Count is 0-1. Count is 0-1. Pitch to Margot. And is in the dirt and will get away from him, so the count is 1-1. Count is 1-1 on the way. The pitch. And Margot takes downstairs. Count is 2-1. Two-one. Margot hits this one into left center field. Going back is Grissom to the track, and he will make the catch for the second out.
Nice work by Gonzalez to get the first two guys out.
So that'll bring up for the Minnesota Twins, Jeffers.
Definitely
Ryan
interesting
Jeffers,
why
yeah,
Soto
left-handed
was
guy.
out of the game, but I'll hope to assume it's just because of the delay.
Yeah, let's just hope it's minor.
Seeing what the Twins are doing, taking out their first two guys for pinch hitters, makes me feel a little bit better that maybe it's just because of the long delay. But it was interesting.
That'll wear on you.
It was mainly interesting because it was the only substitution they made. So
Right. Ryan Jeffers, the right-handed outfielder. Pitches inside. Count is 2-0. Count is 2-0. Pitch. High. Count is 3-0. Pitch, and Jeffers will take a walk. So that'll bring up the third hitter, Carlos Correa.
looks like Gonzalez is done.
Oof, that didn't take long.
No.
And looks like they'll be bringing in Luke Weaver.
Your favorite.
Again, I'll accept. Again, in this situation, I'll take him. Fine. Again, as long as he's not in like any truly important situation, sixth inning, that's where I think he deserves his role.
Yeah. And an update too on the finals game, the Mavericks cut it to 8.
Ooh.
And it's still the third quarter. So that game is far from over.
Again, I still need Jaden Hardy to hit the over on the 4.5 points. He only has 2. Otherwise, I've hit everything else. Sam Hauser's hit a 3. And Judge did his job when it came to the runs and stuff. So pitching change, obviously we made Luke Weaver coming in, but again, guys, if you stuck with this long, hit the like button on Big Blue in the Bronx. Subscribe, trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. Also, Dylan's link is in the chat, and if not in the chat, it's also in the description. And he has his links on his Twitter for his writing, so please check that out. And also check out Nick's Cast. Hit that subscribe button there as I'm trying to come out with some new videos. Just give me 1 second.
You good?
All right, let's start looking ahead to the Braves series. Yankees playing against the Braves Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, June 21st to the 23rd. But coming in is Luke Weaver, 3-1 with a 2.70 ERA, 40 strikeouts in 36 and 2/3 innings, four home runs in 7 walks with a 150 opposing average. Weaver will be dealing to Carlos Correa as time is called. Weaver from the stretch.
My computer
Delivers
might
first
die,
pitch.
so I'm gonna plug it in. So just give me a
Gotcha.
minute.
Base hit to right field as Correa dunks it in. Now the tying run is at the plate for the Twins, and that being in Max Kepler. Kepler 1 for 3 today, 2 men on and 2 men out. Very key situation here for the Twins. From the stretch is Weaver. He kicks and delivers. It is a call, strike on the outside corner. Kepler hitting .264 with 4 home runs and 21 RBIs. Oh, 0-1 pitch from Weaver. And a swing and a miss there. Count is 0-2. Count is 0-2. Weaver from the stretch. Delivers. Swing and a miss. He gets Kepler swinging on the changeup with 2 runners left on. We head to the bottom of the 6th. It is going to be Verdugo, Judge, and Stanton. Yankees up 8-5. Also, real quick, for our fellow fans, Big Blue in the Bronx is now sponsored by SeatGeek. Get $20 off your ticket order with promo code Big Blue in the Bronx. You could use this, again, for sports events, concerts, comedian events, comedies, any special event that is held or at least honored by SeatGeek. Get $20 off your ticket order with promo code Big Blue in the Bronx. Also, ticket fee. Ticket. What was I going to say? SeatGeek also does have some fees, so I'll just mention that real quick. But also should type in that promo code as we are awaiting the bottom of the 6th, as the Twins are prepared to make a pitching change to Jorge Alcala. This has been quite the long one, folks, but we appreciate you guys sticking with us. So looking at the injury report for the Houston Astros, Christian Javier out for the season with a right elbow surgery. Jose Urquidy out with a right elbow injury. Alex Bregman scratched from last night's lineup with a left hand contusion. Kyle Tucker has a day-to-day injury with a foul ball off his shin, and that is per the Yes graphic. But Jorge Alcala, this could be his 12th game, or at least his 13th game. 1-1 with a 2.20 ERA, 196 opposing average, 8 strikeouts in 16 innings. Manuel Margot takes over as a defensive replacement in left. Alex Verdugo chatting it up with Christian Vasquez. I believe the two were in teammates in Boston. So Verdugo, his first at bat of the game, 252, 8 homers, 34 RBIs on the season. Alcala's first pitch on the way is a called strike. Count is 0-1. Pitch is lofted down the left field line. That ball is just foul, just pierced the grass on the left side of the foul line. Count 0-2. Count is 0-2 to Alex Verdugo. Alcala winds, kicks, and delivers, and Verdugo fouls this one off to stick around. Santana looking over at first. The 0-2 pitch, and Verdugo takes it downstairs. Count is 1-2 with the ball being in and down. 1-2. Verdugo chops his foul. He'll stay around. Verdugo fouls this one off. Count is 1-2. Pitch on the way, the 1-2 count. The pitch outside 2-2, just missed the corner. And folks, an injury update, not a good one exactly. Juan Soto has left tonight's game due to left forearm discomfort. 2-2, the pitch is chopped to the right side, fielded nicely by Santana. He flips over to Alcala for the first out. So that'll bring up Aaron Judge. Judge is 0 for 1 with a walk. Actually, 2 walks, 2 runs, and a stolen base.
I'm back now, and I see that Soto left the game with forearm discomfort.
Not a good sign.
No, it is not.
Judge takes outside, but it's a called strike. Count is 0-1. 0-1 pitch. Judge takes outside. Count is 1-1. Count is 1-1. Pitch on the way. Judge swings right through a fastball, foul to the glove of Vasquez. Count is 1-2. Count is 1-2 to Judge. The pitch on the way. And Judge takes outside. Count is 2-2. Two on the way. And Judge fouls this one off to stick around. 2-2 pitch. And Judge fouls this one off to the right side. Pitch. Judge did not go around. Count is full. Three and two count. The pitch. Judge fouls this one off. Three and two count to Judge. The pitch. Did he go around? Strike three call. Judge not liking that call. Judge giving it right to the plate umpire, Quinn Wolcott. And it doesn't seem like he called it on the swing either.
No.
Looks borderline on that replay. Stanton's first pitch is high. Count is 1-0. Count is 1-0. The pitch outside 2-0. What's up to NYY Hulkamaniacs? Hope all is well. Pitch on the way, the 2-0. Stanton fouls this one off. Count is 2-1. I'm shocked this game wasn't called, especially with a big series versus the Dodgers coming up. I agree, but I think the rain delay had to be like, what, a half hour, 45 minutes? Probably somewhere around there. 2-1 pitch. Stan takes high. Count is 3-1. Three-one pitch. Stanton, did he go around? He did, says the first base umpire, Dan Bellino. Count is 3-2. Count is 3-2, 2 outs. The pitch from Alcala. And Stan fouls this one off. Pitch. Ball four. Stanton takes a walk. So that'll bring up Anthony Rizzo, who's 0 for 3. Anthony Rizzo comes to the plate, and his first pitch from Alcala is downstairs 1-0. One and 0 pitch, and pitches downstairs 2-0. Also, another note: Dominguez just got pulled from his AAA game, and that might be something. Two 0 pitch on the way, and this pitch is in there for a called strike. Two 1 pitch on the way. And Rizzo takes just inside. Count is 3-1. Count is 3-1 the pitch and ball four. Matt says pulled from injury or pulled for a potential call-up. We don't know. It depends, on how severe this injury is for Juan Soto. We don't even know if Dominguez is hurt. I mean, we have no clue. So pitching coach will come out and talk with Alcala as two base runners are on, Stan and Rizzo with walks, and that brings up Gleyber Torres, who's 1 for 3. Any update on Soto? Left forearm discomfort, Jets, mess. Other than that, we have no clue. Torres slugging comparison in his first 41 games, 253, excuse me. The last couple of games, he's hit in the 500s in that regard. So Torres will take his cuts versus Alcala. And the pitch on the way as Torres chops this right to the second baseman. Fields fires, and that'll get the out. 2 runners left on. We head to the top of the 7th. It is 8-5 Yankees.
Oh, so Dominguez gets pulled from his AAA game. Soto
Yep.
gets yanked. Linked.
I think it's got to be linked.
Oh, man.
Yes, Matt, Soto didn't even know Soto got hurt. Yeah, Soto was pulled after the rain delay. Like, we thought it was, like, normal, like, okay, the Twins are pulling some of their guys, but it was the only sub we made. But it's not what you want. So we'll see who comes on for the 7th for the Yankees. I see that the Celtics are also back up by 20 points.
Yep.
So no pitching changes as of yet for the Yankees for coming for the 7th inning as Weaver will come back out. So we head to the top of the 7th. Yankees up 8-5 as Luke Weaver will come on. Well, at least stay on as he pitched the end of last inning. Weaver will deal to Willie Castro for the first batter of the 7th. First pitch on the way is a called strike. Castro miffed by that call. Oh, 1 pitch on the way. And Castro lines this one foul. Count is 0-2 as Garrett Cole looking on. Pitch on the way, the 0-2. And this one's popped up into center field. Grisham's right there for the first out. So Jose Miranda will come to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a single.
Weaver getting through these guys pretty quickly.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good on him for that. Making quick work of these guys. Not,
If he can give the Yankees a couple innings, that'd be nice.
stretch him out to the 8th. Honestly.
Yep.
Pitch on the way, and this one's lined in a right. There is Judge for the second out. So he coming to the plate is Carlos Santana, 2 for 3. In there for a called strike.
Good inning for Weaver. Got through them very quickly. 1, 2, 3.
Very easy. Good job. Now bring him out for the 8th.
Yep.
So we'll head to the bottom of the 7th. It is 8-5 Yankees. Wells, Cabrera, and Grisham. Yep, we did see that. They're honoring their veteran of the game.
I really hope Soto's injury is not severe.
I hope it was just like soreness in the form of where I guess it was the long delay causing it, not so much that it's like really like he was playing sore today.
Mm-hmm.
Can't believe it's 10:31, but again, this game was already going slow beforehand.
Yep, the hour rained away made it even slower.
So apparently the timeline of events goes that Dominguez was pulled at 8:51. The rain delay occurred at 9.
Yeah, I saw that. So if that's the case, then You didn't get it wouldn't be linked.
Right.
Hopefully, it was just sore, and he's able
That's
to
what I'm
play.
hoping for.
He's able to play tomorrow, or if not tomorrow, at least this weekend.
And Caleb Thielbar, the veteran left-handed reliever, will take over for the Minnesota Twins. Thielbar been pitching since 2013 at 37 years old. Game summary from Yes. You have Stroman, 4 and 2/3 innings. Soto exiting the game with forearm discomfort. Trent Grisham, home run. Home runs by Vasquez and Correa. And Pablo Lopez likely earning the L. 6 walks, 7 runs, and 4 hits over 4. So coming up to the plate is Austin Wells. First pitch from Thielbar is a called strike, a little low, but getting the benefit of the call. His Thielbar count is 0-1. He is a 2-1, 5.65 ERA with a 3.28 opposing average. And fouled off by Wells. Count is 0-2. Count is 0-2. Thielbar from the stretch. The pitch. Wells takes in the dirt. Count is 1-2. One and two. Wells pops this one foul. Pitch is call strike 3, a little low. Wells does not like the call, and he thought that pitch was outside. So one gone here in the 7th. And that was a late call, too, by the plate umpire.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Pitch to Cabrera, hitting from the right side is a called strike. Pitch high, count is 1-1. Pitch on the way to Cabrera, and he swings and misses. Count is 1-2. 1-2. The pitch to Cabrera is outside 2-2. 2-2 pitch on the way from Thielbar. And Cabrera takes a call, strike 3 right down the plate, 2 gone. So Trent Grisham will come up to the plate. He's 1 for 2 with a sacrifice fly and a 2-run home run. 3 RBIs in total for him today. Pitch from Thielbar is outside. Count is 1-0. Pitch. Grissom lays down a bunt with 2 outs, and that's right to Thielbar for the end of the inning. Questionable why you bunt with 2 outs, but regardless, we head to the top of the 8th.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he was bunting there. I guess he was trying to bunt for a hit against the lefty, but whatever. Didn't work.
Farmer, Vasquez, and Larnick due up. I should say Margot due up for the Minnesota Twins. And also, Tommy Canley will come in to pitch the 8th. I'm thinking possibly, again, this is a thought, maybe they don't want to stretch out Luke Weaver too long because they'll need him for the Dodgers series.
Maybe. That'd be interesting. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're putting in Canley, so definitely something to think about.
Thank God they put, since now the Celtics are up by 25, they put Jaden Hardy in. I just need him to get 3 more points. I got 2 of my things going for me. Just need that third. But an absolute obliteration is not what I saw in Game 1. Or at least saw coming in Game 1. Let's just hope Canley cruises through this inning. I hope Soto. I hope Soto's all right too, Evan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Dominguez pull would seem like it was scheduled. They're not correlated with the Soto injury. Dane and Philo Dom only. Philo Dom. Dominguez was only going to play 7, so there's no connection. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Jacob, for the information. But again, doesn't seem like there's any injury with Dominguez or anything in relation to Soto. So that's at least a little bit calming. But a forearm strain does leave you to wonder. So Tommy Canley set to come out for the Yankees. It's going to be his 6th game. 1.93 ERA and 4 2/3 innings, 3 strikeouts, a walk, and a home run. First pitch to Miranda is a corner pitch called a strike. Count is 0-1. Canley from the stretch, the 0-1 pitch. And pitches downstairs, count is 1-1. Pitch on the way from Canley. Next pitch is chop foul, count is 1-2. One and two pitch from Canley. And this one's fouled off by Miranda. I hope it's nothing serious. Jets mess. But when usually someone says a forearm strain, especially with an outfielder, I mean, we saw with what happened to Dominguez last year. This was chop foul, but it was similar. It was a forearm strain. So everybody's going to be looking at that post-game press conference and the MRI and all that. Count is 1-2 from Canley. The pitch to Miranda. And this one is chopped to third and lands foul. 1-2 pitch from Canely. Struck him out. Nice little changeup going down and away from Miranda. 2 gone.
Good change up there from Canely.
His second most effective pitch is that changeup, along with the eviscerating fastball. So coming up to the plate now is Christian Vaz. I'm sorry, it's 1 out, not 2. My mistake. Christian Vasquez is up at the plate. First pitch on the way is outside. Count is 1-0. One and 0 pitch. 2-0. And I just won some money because Jaden Hardy actually made a 3-pointer. So I could call myself a winner in that aspect. 2-0 pitch on the way to Vasquez, and that pitch is downstairs. Count is 3-0. Count is 3-0 with 1 out to Vasquez. The pitch is high. Count is it's ball 4. So Canley did not get the benefit of that call. That'll bring up Manuel Margot with 1 out here in the 8th. First pitch to Margot is high. Count is 1-0. One and 0 count. Margot at the plate. Pitch from Canely is bounced foul. One pitch on the way from Canely, and Margot chops this one foul. One-two pitch, and Margot takes downstairs 2-2. Two and 2 the pitch, and Margot chops this one foul. Count is 2-2 to Margot. The pitch on the way from Canely. As Margot bounces this one in the left field, that is a base hit. So 2 men on with 1 out. And the tying run at the plate for the Twins. Matt N17 says, I hope Soto is back by the Phillies series in the end of July because I'm going to be at 2 of those games. New York sports is just as cursed with injuries. You know what? You're funny you say that, Matt. Me, Alex, and a co-host of ours, Sean, who also has SMB Sports, we're actually planning to go down to Philly for the third game, the afternoon game, 12:35 game, I think it is, Wednesday, July 31st. So might see you there, actually. So here's Ryan Jeffers up at the plate as the tying run. Jeffers hitting .240 on the season. First pitch is outside 1-0. Count is 1-0 from Canely. Pitch to Jeffers. Swung on and missed. Strike 1 in the change. 1-1 pitch from Canley. Outside 2-1. Two and one pitch. And this one is swung on a miss there by Jeffers. Count is 2-2. Nice changeup going down.
Using a lot of changeups. I think he's gone all changeups this at bat.
He actually has. 2-2 count. Canley from the stretch. He delivers. Count is full. Caleb Ferguson and Clay Holmes warming in the pen. Three, 2. Call strike 3. Top of the zone with that changeup. 2 gone. So Matt Blake will come out to talk to Canley.
It's so hard to focus on this game with the Soto news.
I agree. I
So
completely
hard.
empathize with that feeling.
Like I just want Soto to be all right.
Carlos Correa had a home run in the first inning.
I will be right back. Just give me 1 second.
Absolutely. Canley will deal to Carlos Correa. 2 outs, 2 men on. Bottom of the 8th. I'm sorry, top of the 8th. Canley will deal. Correa is 2 for 3 with a home run in the first. Pitch on the way. Outside. 1-0. Pitch. 2-0. What's up to Kerm? Hope all is well, bro. Jets mess says the only thing if he's hurt, his price tag will go down. Sign him right away if he goes on the DL. Yeah, that could be an interesting factor. 2-0. And Correa takes a changeup. Call strike on the inside corner. Count is 2-1. Correa bounces this one foul. Count is 2-2 with 2 outs. Two men on. In the top of the 8th, 2-2 count. Pitch. Correa lines this one. Nice diving stop by Volpe. He doesn't get the force at second. He does. We will head to the bottom of the 8th. It is 8-5 Yankees. And the Twins might look to review this. We'll see the replay here with the diving stop by Volpe going to his left, twisting back to his right. And it does look like he's out. He is. So they will not challenge. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. It is Volpe, Verdugo, and Judge.
I have returned.
Awesome. We got out of the inning, thankfully.
Nice. It's good. That's always good to see.
So bottom of the eighth will be Josh Staumont coming in for the Minnesota Twins. It'll be Volpe, as I said, Volpe, Soto, not Soto, excuse me, Verdugo and Judge.
Well, hopefully after this game we get a clearer update on Soto.
I think that's what we're all hoping for. Hopefully,
Mm-hmm.
some transparency. Staumont, first pitch to Volpe is a called strike.
I do feel a little bit better considering that it seems like the Dominguez polling wasn't linked to it,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I'm still worried about Soto. So
And this one's chopped foul to the left side. Count is 0 2. Count is 0 2. Pitch, way inside. Pitch, Volpe bloops this one into center field. Castro's there for the first out. Verdugo 0 for 1 today. Pitch is down 1 0. One 0 pitch, and Verdugo swings through a slider. Count is 1 1. Pitch and on the outside corner, strike 2.
Verdugo fighting here.
1-2. Verdugo takes that side 2-2. So now, an MLB update. Chicago, the White Sox have lost 14 straight games, which breaks
Oof.
a franchise record that was set in 1924 as Verdugo lines a base hit to right. Judge's first pitch is outside, count is 1-0. 1-0 pitch is in there for a called strike, count is 1-1. One pitch is a strike. Low strike there. Count is 1-2. Count is 1-2. 1 out, runner on first. The pitch. Judge bounces this one up the middle. Nice play there by Jeffers. Fields fires and gets the out at first. It was actually Kyle Farmer, my mistake, so it'll be 2 outs here for Giancarlo Stanton. Pitch is outside, count is 1-0. One 0 pitch. In there for strike. In there for strike 2. One-two pitch. Stanton fouls it off. Pitch is popped up. In foul territory, making the catch is Santana, and we'll head to the ninth. 8-5 Yankees. Last licks for the Twins.
Just close it down, get this win, and then hopefully we get a positive Soto update.
Just a simple 3 outs. That's it.
Yep. Get 3 outs, and then let's pray that Boone says in the press conference, "Oh, he's just sore, but he'll be fine. No test scheduled."
I did see Jacob. Apparently, Juan Soto was waving his left arm like a maniac out in the outfield before the rain delay, I think. But we'll see what happens. Hopefully, because I'm praying it's just nothing. Coming into the ninth is going to be Clay Holmes. He'll be facing the medium of the Twins order, Kepler, Castro, and Miranda. So we're right around 11 o'clock p.m. here on the East Coast. Yeah. Holmes is converted 17 of his 20 save opportunities, 1-1 with a 1.37 ERA, 27 strikeouts, and 26 in the third innings. First pitch from Holmes is a call. Strike count is 0-1. One pitch to Kepler. Count 0-2 after the swing and miss on the sinker. Oh, 0-2 pitch. And did Kepler go around? He did not. Count is 1-2. One and two pitch from Holmes. And swung and a miss. One gone here in the ninth. Willie Castro will plate. He is 0 for 3 tonight. 1-0, little pitch
Holmes'
low.
stuff looks good so far.
Yeah, he doesn't look off. He doesn't look out of control. Very, again, the movement's there. No obvious pitches to hit. So keep it that way. And the pitch is swung and a miss. Count is 1-1. One and one pitch. Makes that 1-2. Swing and a miss. Off the sinker again. Count is 1-2 to Castro. The pitch on the way. And this one is lined into center field. That is a base hit. So there will not be a 1-2-3 inning, as that will bring up Jose Miranda, hopefully, for a double play opportunity. Pitch to Miranda is a called strike. Oh, 1 pitch. Inside, count is 1-1. And the pitch, swung on a missed. Slider on the inside corners is 1-2. One and two pitch is chop foul. Holmes from the stretch delivers. Lined into center field, not fairly deep. Grisham is there for the second out. Santana up at the plate, 2 for 4 today. And the pitch. Called strike, little low, but he gets the call. Holmes from the stretch, looking over to first. There's a strike. Count is 0-2. One pitch away. Yankee fans on their feet. 0-2 count. The pitch. Bounced in the dirt, but they'll allow the runner go to second.
Just get one more strike and wrap this up. This long game.
Holmes from the stretch. With Santana, the veteran switch hitter, up at the plate. Count is 1-2, 2 outs. Holmes delivers. Inside, 2-2. Count is 2-2 to Santana. The pitch on the way. Swung on and chopped foul. Two and two count once again on Santana. Crowd on their feet. 2-2 pitch. Bounced foul again.
Santana putting up a fight.
2-2 again. Santana fouls it off. Two and two count. And the pitch. Downstairs 3-2. Pitch on the way. Chopped up the middle. Played nicely by Torres. Fields fires, and he's on the bag, and that'll do it as the Yankees win 8-5 in a very long extended game because of the rain delay. But the Yankees get the job done. They sweep the Minnesota Twins. Final thoughts, Dylan. It's been a long one.
Yeah, it's been a long one. I think the main story, of course, is Soto. Leaving with the forearm injury. Let's just hope that it's nothing and that he's all right. But we can, transition on to the win. This is the 8th straight win for the Yankees now, and they've swept the season series against the Twins for the first time since 2009, the last time they won a championship. Obviously, that's a little something right there. It's nice to see the team still rolling. They had that big 5th inning, a couple runs scored. I think it was actually the 4th inning, when they had that 3 runs in that inning to kind of really make the difference in this one, actually. Stroman didn't pitch all that great, but, at least he kept the Yankees in front. He didn't blow the lead or anything like that. The bullpen was nails, though. The bullpen came in this game pretty much after the rain delay, and they were awesome. I mean, they gave up, I think, like one or two hits combined. They didn't give up a lot of base runners. Luke Weaver gave some good innings out of that pen. Victor Gonzalez only faced 3 batters, but he got 2 of them out. Clay Holmes nailed it down with the save, and it's a good win. Just hope Soto's all right. That's really all I'm thinking about right now.
Fingers crossed, everybody. Hope Soto's all right. Otherwise, folks, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 12 minutes because of the rain delay. It was a long game, but as I always say, just before you guys head out, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. Subscribe to Big Blue in the Bronx. Subscribe to Nick's Cast as well. Also, check out Dylan's link, which is, if not in the chat, also in the description. He has his links on his Twitter profile, X profile, whatever you want to say, to his articles, writing for Empire Sports Media. Thank you, Jets Miss Mess. We appreciate you guys, all of you. And after a long 4 hours, it's time to say goodbye. Yankees win 8-5. Soto update pending, but we'll see you guys later. Have a very good night.